All right, welcome to the Franchise Time Machine. I've got a survey I'd like to pin to the chat first before we get started. Okay, I had to use my alt to pin that, but we are now pinned. So I had other content planned, but we're gonna commemorate the career of Octavio Dotel, who passed away today. So I don't know. I don't know what the tally is right now. The last I saw was 66 fatalities and 160 something injured. So, yeah, I want to do something to commemorate his career. Edwin Jackson, there are a bunch of players like him who I really grew to appreciate after their careers. Ezra Denny, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Tonight, do I want to come on after time? Is there a cooldown period for me and Ripley the Oriole to come on again? I mean I will come on anytime you want, but I feel like Ripley and I were just on, but I will happily come on anytime. Why don't you do this? You should use me as a filler. Anytime you have a week where you can't get anybody, I don't mind being the third or fourth choice. So you can use me like SNL uses who's the former writer for SNL who just like had to go to rehab again because he relapsed and he does like the bodega musical and the number and John, what is his name? I'm drawing a blank. Now I'm gonna have to look it up. John Mulaney, thank you, Dishnet. I can be your John Mulaney. Anytime you can't find a guest, you can plug me in. You just plug me right in, and I will be your substitute guest. No one has to know that I was the fifth choice. You can just like plug me in as if I was your top choice. There's also a survey pinned to the chat. I will get a pack giveaway form for tonight's simulation up there soon. But if you don't mind answering, if you've already done this survey, of course, please don't do it twice. But if you haven't, I would appreciate getting your take on a couple questions about importing historical players in the base game. And then I'll give you the context for it after we close the survey. I've asked some streamers to share it throughout the day. It's been pretty successful. I think we're almost at how many responses do you have? Yeah, I've already got over 20 responses. I like to try to get it closer to 30 before I close it. But I'm trying to check my. Oh, sorry, no worries. I mean, your audience is here now, so I'm getting them to do it now. But part of it was to check, my. I had a certain expectation of how things worked, and I didn't know um, how commonly shared or how different that perspective was. So that and I'd like to use this to actually in my discussions with OOTP to try to get an improvement made to the base game. If it's the kind of thing where like it's only a franchise time machine thing, then I'm not going to ask or I'm not going to push very hard because it's a one off. But if it's something that like other people, I think, have a similar experience with, then I'd like to present that too and make a stronger case for it. Thank you, Ezra, for filling it now too. And I'm already getting a couple responses in, so I really appreciate the Raiders filling out that survey. But yeah, tonight I had other content planned, and then I heard the terrible story from the Dominican Republic about this nightclub collapse. I don't know if it's a nightclub. I guess it's a club. I don't know exactly what kind of club it was, but the last I saw, there were 66 fatalities and almost 200 injuries. And I'm sure that number is going to keep going up, unfortunately, as they figure out what's happening. Um, but one of the people, I believe it's been confirmed, I've seen it from multiple sources now, Octavio Dotel um, passed away in that disaster. And I'm trying to find, there's a slide I wanted to share. We're going way back to oh, hold on. It's in another file. Hold on. It's in this one. Let me find it first. This goes back almost 300 episodes ago. Oh, is it not here? Oh, here it is. It's episode 16. Nelson Cruz's sister as well. Oh, that's terrible. I mean, it's terrible for all the families, but I think as a baseball community, I think at least for me, like Octavio Dotel puts a face to those numbers because it's someone I remember watching play and um so here's something I did almost 300 episodes ago. I don't know if it was any kind of baseball theme night or anything, or it was just coincidence that both Nelson Cruz's sister and Octavio Dotel were there. And it sounds like while I was saying another former league major league player was there too. But almost 300 episodes, I did this stream where I took multiple versions of Edwin Jackson, Octavio Dotel, Todd Zeal, and Matt Stairs, and made a complete roster from 4 players. And I the reason I chose those 2 pictures is I kind of admire the spirit of journeyman pitchers who I think Dotel played for 13 teams. Edwin Jackson may have played for more. And they never seemed to complain. They showed up at the park with their new teams. They did their jobs. They did them pretty well, exceptionally well at times. And especially like after um, they stopped playing and after I started, getting more into OOTP and, looking at their careers and importing them into Sims, started playing Perfect Team and they would, occasionally have a card that was playable. Um, just really like these type of players who just played for tons of teams and like the career journeyman type. And so it's sad to do a second stream about him under these circumstances, but um, I found in the past when a baseball player passes and I do these sims, um, I feel like I'm doing a small thing to commemorate their career and to have do something fun to commemorate their career in the face of what's a pretty tragic and devastating event in the Dominican Republic. So I thought what we would do is he has enough seasons where I think we can fill all 12 pitcher slots with versions of Octavio Dotel. The problem is he was only a starting pitcher for portions of 2 seasons and like a fraction of a third. So normally what we do in a situation like that is either we pick teammates that he played with to fill out the rotation, or we just use the editor and we boost his stamina for a few of those seasons and turn him into a starter. And, given the part of the appeal of his career was his longevity and the number of different clubs he played for, I'd rather just use versions of him and boost some of them into starters. We may have to add a third pitch for some of them as well for the game to accept them as like a reasonable starter. And then for the batters on the team, I just thought we'd go through each season, see who's on the team the same year he was, and just start grabbing players who might fit. And then we'll go into the game after we import, and we'll narrow it down to 14 batters to go with the 12 Octavio Dotels. So I can put the pack giveaway form up now, but we'll have to write it understanding that like I don't know necessarily how we'll deal with some of the issues like which seasons of him will turn into a starting pitchers, and I have no idea which batters we're going to end up choosing. I mean, you can wait to fill it out till later. You don't have to be present to win. You can fill it out right away and then take off if you have to. But just know that like usually I try to have this very well planned out and give you all the details in the pack giveaway form so you can fill it out with as much information possible. This one we're kind of, we're winging it because this just happened and I'm just kind of wrapping my brain around how we're going to do this tonight. So I think under the circumstances, everyone can, hopefully everyone will be, a little bit forgiving on the fact that like I don't have all the details nailed down right now. Okay, so I'm gonna find a more recent pack giveaway form that we can copy. We'll just use one of these recent which is the peak Barry Bonds surveys. Yes, I am unprepared for this. I actually heard about the story during Dr. Dynastic's stream, and then I started trying to confirm if it was true or not. And then like I decided like, well, when stuff like this happens, this is what I like to do. And so I'm kind of winging it right now. Okay, let me update the title, and then I'll put it up in the screen. Okay. And I also hope that no one, when I do these sims, especially like usually it's the player passes away, and it's not part of like a larger tragedy like this. And I hope no one feels like this is like making light of it. Or like trying to make it about one person. Like I completely realize this is a much huger human tragedy, but with like over 60 people dead and almost 200 people injured, and not to mention like the families and the friends and loved ones of those people who are going to be impacted. But you know, it is a baseball game. It's a baseball stream, and so this is how I like to deal with it. So Tommy G says ABC World News was talking about it at 6:30 p.m. Eastern. You got a notification from CBS Sports like an hour before that. And it seems like multiple outlets have confirmed that Octavio Dotel was among those who passed away. Okay, so I'm going to have to change all these. Commemorating the I believe it's 13 team. Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know that we would have heard about it. I don't know. I mean, the scale of it makes me think like we probably would have. But I mean, I know I heard about it because of his connection to baseball. Tony Blanco also passed away in it. Okay, yeah, we will definitely pull him onto the team for sure. And Nelson Cruz's sister. Okay. So let me see. Tony Blanco has one season in BREF, but we will pull him onto this team. So let's see. He was one of the. Did it happen today? My understanding is that it happened today, and we started hearing about it this afternoon. Hey, skateboarding Santa. Last night? Okay. '89, unbelievable. I mean, with things like this, I mean, no matter where they happen, the death toll sadly does seem to keep climbing. Okay, so it was early morning hours today. I guess it sounds like from what Jay Ducci's saying. So we'll import 12 versions of Dotel and give 5 of them enough stamina and extra pitches if necessary. To make them the starting pitchers for this team. In addition to the one available season of Tony Blanco, we will import and roster 13 other batters who played on teams the same season as Dotel. Let's see. I mean, he did come up with the Mets, so I have no problem using the Mets, which are my favorite team, as the team to host this tribute team. And we'll play with modifier auto calc off. So that means there'll be era based modifiers only. That means whatever the players bring in with them, the game will not do additional modifying to adjust for the players that we bring in. It's more of an issue when the player we're bringing in is like Ricky Henderson, like we did after he passed away. But even with Octavio Dotel, he may bring in enough stuff or other pitching attributes that might throw off the modifiers, but we're gonna let them do that, and we'll let Dotel be Dotel, and we'll let his other teammates be themselves as well. He was traded to the Astros in the Mike Hampton deal. Yeah, he was one of those guys I just was like I actually learned of him more after he was a Met, and then I was like, oh, he used to be a Met too. Like, vaguely remember that, but I think he just came into my consciousness more as he went to more and more teams, and just like racked up those teams. 13 teams total. I think Edwin Jackson might have more. Again, like I was much more knowledgeable on this when I did this sim. I mean, 300 episodes ago, so it must have been around this time last year. So let's put that form back up. Okay, so again, I don't have the batters to put in here yet. We'll have to figure those out as we go. Wingood, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. We are in the process of putting together our 10-pack giveaway form to guess the outcomes of tonight's sim, which is a tribute to Octavio Dotel, the journeyman pitcher who passed away in that Dominican Republic club collapse earlier today. So we're bringing in 12 versions of Octavio Dotel. We're going to boost some of them up to make them starting pitchers. Tony Blanco, who I was informed during the stream just now, that also passed away by Walla Walla the Koala, let us know that. He was a utility infielder, I think, who played one season. So we can find him in the database. We'll add him to the team as well. And we're working on the pack giveaway form right now. I think because of the connection to Nelson Cruz too, let's bring one version of him onto the team as well. Given that his sister has apparently passed away in the disaster as well. So here are the kinds of things we usually... Oh, these questions are all the wrong questions because I should have used a different form. Okay, let's do this. I'm going to copy this. This part still is useful. Actually, hold on. Let me switch to the title slide. Let me find a different form that's a better starting point. Yeah. This one has a bunch of like which version of this player is going to be the best questions, which are not going to be helpful. Man, it's been a while since we did a sim like this, I guess. We did a lot of experimental sims in the experimentally, so I'm having to scroll back quite a bit. I mean, it might be like a creator roster form that we use. Okay, that's what we'll do. We'll copy a creator roster form. Okay. Sorry about the back and forth on this. Okay, so let me just update the title and then I'll put it in the stream again. Or I'll copy in the part I already wrote in the stream too. Yeah, rest in peace indeed. Such a I mean, what a terrible event. Okay, so this is just a revised version. Oh, I think I'm sharing the wrong one though. Okay. This should be the right one now. Yep. Okay. So it's going to be a standard 162 game 2024 season with the usual simulation settings, no injuries, no suspension, personality, chemistry. Yeah, 13 teams I believe is the final tally. It's as many or maybe just one or two fewer than Edwin Jackson, who I think is I think the player who's pitched for the most teams. But Dotel was right up there too. Chemistry off, morale off, development off, no historical trades, no trades at all. 24 modifiers locked and autocalc off, so that means era modifiers only. And we'll be running sabermetric strategy. Okay, so let's see if we have the right questions here. Again, this OOTP26 log 90, this is how OOTP developments will send you your packs. So please make sure it's correct. Okay, Edwin Jackson has 14. Jackson may have actually gone on to pitch for more. I think he might have had 15 or even more. And then so will this team make the playoffs? We're taking over the 2024 Mets, which means it'll be the NL East. So keep that in mind. Will this team make the playoffs? Will it make it to the World Series? Will it win the World Series? Will players on this team... Okay, this is from Creator Rosters. We're going to split this out. Will a version of Octavio Dotel win either the Cy Young Award or relief pitcher of the year? And then, will a player on this team... You can fill it out at any point you want. I want to put it up in the chat. You can fill up right up until we start the simulation. I like to put it up early because I know we stream late, and so some people have to go. I want to give them a chance to at least participate. But yeah, you do not have to submit it until right before we sim. And I'm going to set it so pitchers cannot win the MVP award. So it's going to have to be a batter. Okay, how many regular season games will this team win? What will be the highest award generated by any of this team's players? What will be the number of regular season home runs hit by the player who leads this team in home runs? What will be the number of regular season strikeouts thrown by we could just say Octavio Dotel. There's no one else pitching. What will be the regular season batting average of the player who leads the team in batting average? What will be the lowest ERA of the Octavio Dotel? And then let's put, and when we get to the numerical questions, if there's still a tie, we're going to go by whoever gets the most closest answers of all the numerical questions, because they're in an arbitrary order. And so it doesn't seem fair that one of them should make that to do like a survivor style. We will do survivor style until we get to the numerical ones. Once we get to the numericals, whatever ties exist will be broken by whoever gets the most answers correct. And then let's also add one about saves, because it's an Octavio Dotel team. Do we have whip? I don't think we have whip. It's a pitching theme, so let's actually move the Octavio Dotel questions up front. Strikeouts, ERA, saves, and let's add whip. And that would be looking for a minimum of 100 innings pitched. So I guess we'll be looking at the starting pitcher. Actually, let's take this down. So we'll let the relievers be eligible too. Let's take this down to 50. And we'll do the same with ERA. We might get into some small sample sizes, but it's an Octavio Dotel team, so we want the relievers to be eligible too. And then we'll have some batter ones to help break some ties. Regular season home runs, batting average. And those players we don't know yet. We'll be putting that roster together. But you can guess now. If you want. They'll be good players. And we're going to take the best players we can find that he played with over those 13 teams and 15 seasons. So, like I know there's a really good Mike Piazza year in the year he pitched for the Mets. There's actually quite a few good seasons on that team, surprisingly, for a Mets team. So if that's any indication, we'll have lots of good players to pick from. It'll be the player seasons from the season he played on that team. So we can't just take any Piazza season. We have to take the one that he shared. Okay, so let me put this form up in the chat. And then one thing, hold on, I'm going to put this up here while I put the form in the chat. And for those of you who filled out the survey, thank you very much. I'll close that and take it down before I put this up. Anyone who rated in, if you are willing to take just a minute, not even a minute, just 2 questions to fill out the survey that's pinned to the chat now, I would appreciate it. It's just asking what your thoughts are when importing players, historic players, into the base game. So if that's something you do, I would really appreciate your input on that survey. But in the meantime, let me get this one ready to put in the chat. And then I would like to do this draft before we get started. I'm already past the time the tournament fired, but I'm in the grace period. I can still. Oh no, it's a speed draft. I don't get a grace period. I don't think I might have missed this one. We'll give it a shot. See what happens. Which is a bummer because I've been like doing really well on live tournaments and PDs. Okay. Link to form for tonight's 10-pack giveaway. It is 7 packs to first place, 3 packs to second place. I'll unpin the survey now. I do appreciate everyone who filled it in. And then we'll pin this one. There we go. Okay, so you can fill that again anytime before we start the sim. I usually also run a 3-minute ad roll before we start the sim. That's your 3-minute warning to hit submit. It also makes sure that our sim isn't interrupted by ads by preemptively running them before we get started. So now that that's up in the stream, let's see if it'll let me do this draft. It might time me out right off the bat. Okay. It is a modern era Camden Yards. Favors left-handed power. Got it. He of the new contract might be my go-to here. Vlad Jr. This is not an ideal diamond round. I just realized I took 2 first basemen too. That's where my head's at right now. Oh no, that's not who I want. I want that, and I want. Yeah, we'll take Manny. There are actually several decent hitting catchers, so I don't mind passing on catchers right now. Do we go ahead and grab Wells now? I do like that he's a lefty, so hits righties decently. We're going to face more righties. Go ahead and grab him. There are plenty of good right-handed hitting catchers, so there are not a ton of great center fielders. We've already got Rodriguez, but I don't mind taking another. He can play another position than back up at center, and he's a decent bat. And I am optimizing around P-BABIP versus home run suppression. Yeah, T. Davis, we don't even have the roster yet, so you can wait to fill it out. If you can hang around, it'll be best if you can wait to see who we put on the roster. But I always try to put it up there early for the people who have to run. So if you don't have to run, you might as well wait to see who we put on the team. I should go 13 pitchers for these. So yeah, it didn't let me go the full 5 minutes because it was past the time that it fired. So, all right. We didn't get that in. You know what? If you don't get certain perfect cards in your first round, it's tough to win anyway. Oh yeah, T. Davis. I was just it was for anyone who hasn't filled one out already. I was just looking for some additional feedback. I haven't closed it though. I just took it off the pin, so I can send you the link to it if you want to fill one out. Tampa, you've got a test you'd like to submit? There's actually a channel point redemption for that. There's a You get to set the experiment channel point redemption. You're not sure how it'll be run? Well, if it's something it turns out we can't do, I usually just end up like refunding your channel points. Let's see. T Davis, I'm gonna go ahead and whisper you the survey link. No, I think no one's ever redeemed it yet, Tampa. So you would be the first, I think, to redeem that one. All right. T Davis, I whispered you the survey link, so I didn't want to confuse anyone in the chat with like the 10 pack giveaway form versus a survey link, so I just sent it to you separately. Oh, you looked at it, but you didn't know how to respond. That's all right. If you don't do a lot of player importing in the base game, the questions won't mean much to you. Yeah, yeah. Thank you for clarifying that. Let me just make sure. I thought I had another set of tournaments. I think this one fires in under an hour, and I might just let it go. I'm my wife's on a business trip this week, so I'm single parenting, and the time I usually use to like do these drafts and stuff doesn't exist this week. So, all right. Well, let's start looking at Baseball Reference. We'll start putting this team together. BREF. For those of you who are new to the stream or haven't done a lot of player importing, I'll show you why we use Baseball Reference so much. But there's a good reason for it. All right, so here's Tony Blanco. We might as well add him. We know we're going to add him. Sadly, it sounds like he also passed away in the club collapse. But one of the reasons to use Baseball Reference is first of all, it's a handy way to just look up a player's career stats. But if you look in the URL up here, the Baseball Reference ID is the same as the OOTP ID. It's the first 5 letters of the last name, the first 2 of the first name, and then a numerical code 01 if you're the first player to have that letter combination, then 02, then 03, and so on. So he's the first BLANCTO in the database, so he's going to be 01. And let me show you what the file's going to look at. So here's the streamer team as an example. Right, this is what the file's going to look like. The player ID, comma, the year. Now, tonight, because we're just going to import these players onto the Mets roster, I'll probably add a second comma and at the end, FTM for Franchise Time Machine. The reason I don't do NYM is because we may use this roster again, and we may not import them to the Mets. And rather than have to change this file, a bunch of times, I'd rather just change the destination once. So this is what we're building up to. So we're going to do a new version of it, and we're going to start with Tony Blanco, or Blanco, probably Blanco, TO01. I don't know the year yet, but I do know he's going to go in the FTM team. Now, he only played 1 season in the majors, so that's the season we're going to grab. 2005 with the Nationals. Played a ton of positions. Played left, third, first, right, DH. Also pinch hit. And one thing I sometimes do with players like this is if his potential ratings are higher than his actual ratings, meaning, the scouts and whatever reports said that, they believed he had this ceiling. For a tribute like this, we'll just go ahead and boost him all the way up to his potential. And we'll use the editor function to say, okay, we're just going to assume, assume the best for you and just boost you up to your potential. I think it's the only way to make him relevant in this sim, and you know we're doing this to commemorate him and Octavio Dotel, so I don't really want him like languishing on the bench if we can help it. So we'll boost him as much as we can. But 2005 is the year we're looking for. All right, so this will be 2005. So that's all the information we need. And then I use Notepad. You can use any software that can output a TXT file. Tampa said, don't even have enough. Okay, well, okay, but you put the idea in here, so let's see if it's even a viable. Because some things I just don't have a good way of testing. You're curious at what point rest percentage of a starter becomes worse than the backup. One of your backups in the league is way too often for your liking. He's a backup for 3 position. I have rest at 95% right now. Yes, there is a simulation module, but things like rest, it's hard to do because you can't set someone's fatigue, I don't believe. And so you actually have to like wait for those instances where the fatigue is at the right spot, and our experiments aren't really set up to be great at that. Which is also why I don't have great information on like what rest settings to set my own tournament teams to. So that one, I don't know that. I'll let me think about it though, because it's something that hasn't come up in a while. There may be a way to test for that, but I don't think it's highly likely. Let me resize this window a bit too so we can see a little bit more of these player profiles. And if it ends up being, I end up shrinking it too small, then let me know. All right, so then we know we're going to be grabbing 12 Octavio Dotels. So let's go ahead and grab him. Now, the first thing I need is I just need his player ID. Right, so it's Dotel Oc 01. So let's just go ahead and add that in. Now, it doesn't have to be first, but I'm probably going to end up putting it at the top here. Now, what I'm going to do is I know we need 12 of these. That's 2, that's 3, that's 4. That's 8, and that's 12, right? So we just have to put the years in. Let's figure out what years we want. Why do we set the fatigue so high in league and tournaments? My understanding is because the performance penalty for fatigue is pretty severe. But that information I'm working off of was for PT25. I don't know that people know enough to know what that setting should be in 26. But if you feel like that backup is playing too much, you could be the one who starts testing it out. Like, you could set it at 90 or 85 or whatever you think and see if your performance starts getting better. The problem with trying to test stuff in Perfect Team is there's just too many variables. So it's hard to know if it's what you changed that helped, or because the card environment is changing all the time, your opponents are changing all the time, so it's just hard to keep it relevant. All right, so what year do we want here? Or what years? We need 12. All right, so this last Detroit year, 58 innings. I think let's see how many seasons do we have with at least 50 innings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I mean, that seems pretty. Oh, I might have counted. I think I counted this season. This is a three. Oh no, yeah, that's right. 3 team season. All right, let me make sure I didn't count multiple team seasons here. I didn't double count. All right, Mets is just a single season. Houston, 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 Houston. Then a 2 team season with over 50 innings. And then 08, 09, 2010 is a combined season. 11, 12. Okay, that's 11. I counted one of the built up seasons as a second season. So we need one more season that's below. We'll have to dip below 50 innings. We've got 34 2/3 here in Houston. 32 games makes it feel a little more legit. Here's 41 games and 40 innings with Pittsburgh. Let's grab that one. That is, I think, the next most innings. It is below 50, but he pitched 41 games. That's a lot. All right, so that means the years we're taking are 1999. You know what? Let me just copy this. I'm going to add it each time. $1999, 2000, 2001, 2002, yeah, is in. 2003 is in. 2004 is combined season, but we're going to take that. Then we have to jump down to 08. 09. 2010 is another combined season. Oh, that Pittsburgh season is already part of that 2010 season. 2011 is another combined season. 2012 is a fifth. Okay, so we still have to find another season because that Pittsburgh season I was going to take was already counted as part of that 2010 multiple team season. So what does that leave us? I think that leaves us 2004 Houston. So let's add in 2004. Okay, and then I'm going to just move Blanco to the after the Dotels. So it's pitchers first. So this is what it looks like now. We've got 12 Dotels, 12 versions of Dotel. That one Tony Blanco season. We said we'd pull in a Nelson Cruz. His sister apparently passed away in that same collapse. Oh, Tommy G, sorry, I noticed your message a little too late about scrolling down. I'll try to keep a better eye on chat while I'm doing this. I mean, we could pick a peak Cruz here. I don't know that he and Dotel ever overlapped. So if we're going to take a peak Cruz, he had a 1031 OPS with Minnesota, 41 home runs, 9th in MVP voting. That was right here. His best MVP vote finish was in 2015. He finished 6th. 44 home runs, 936 OPS. He also finished 6th in 2020, the COVID year. 16 home runs in a much shorter season. I like the blend of this 2015 season though. It's his most power with 44 home runs, but he also hit 302. Oh, although this 2019 season is crazy. 41 bombs, 311 batting average, 1031 OPS. But he only DH'd. I like that we get some position of availability with the 2015 version. His WAR is 5.1 in 2015. Yeah, his WAR I think is higher also because he's not DHing. Assuming you have good hitters at the DH position across the league, which is not always a good assumption. But so let's take the 2015 Cruz. Now, one thing you'll notice about Cruz is if the last name is too short, you only take whatever letters you have, so the player ID actually gets shorter. Okay, so we've added Nelson Cruz. You can see him; he's at the very end there. Now, I was tinkering with this. The easiest way to do this, I think, is going to be we go back to the Dotel profile, and we just click on each team he was on. And then we have our choice of like, let's just grab the best players on this team. We can always like move them to the reserve roster if we have too many players, right? So there's a nice Mike Piazza year here with 40 home runs and a 303 average. If we find two better catcher seasons, we'll take them. But I think for now, I'm going to take this one. And this is 1999, right? Let me just make sure. 1999 Mets, yeah. So who else is on this team? Second base is always hard to fill, so let's for now grab Edgardo Alfonso. 27 home runs and a 304 average from second base is it might be tough to beat. All right, so we'll add him. There's actually a not bad Ricky Henderson here. I wouldn't say the defensive ratings are not important for first base, but they are more important at other positions. And defense in general seems to be less important overall than PT25. But again, less important. I didn't say it's not important. Yes, Bonilla was on this team, but this is way past his prime Bonilla. Even though we're still paying him, he was already past his prime by then. This Ricky is interesting. He's already 40 years old, but he did hit 315 with a 423 on base percentage. Still stole 37 bases. So I am going to just grab him in case we don't find better outfielders, but I'm almost certain that we will find better outfielders. The WAR? Oh, what was the WAR? I missed it. What was his WAR? 1.9? Yeah, that's pretty low. But we'll grab him just in case we don't find better outfielders or better leadoff options. We may not find better options. Plus, it's Ricky. And the only other one I think may be worth considering will be, well, there's two. Ventura at third base, 32 home runs, 301 average, 908 OPS. And then maybe Roger Cedeno, but that WAR again is pretty low. I mean, yeah. But this Ventura at least looks worth considering. Okay, so I think we've got some good choices there. Again, no guarantees that any of these guys are going to make the team. Okay, next up we have a bunch of seasons in Houston. So actually, let's make sure we have 2000 through 2004. So any one of these players that we want, we can look at any of those seasons. So Bagwell, of course, we're going to look at Bagwell. And then 2000 to 2004. 2000, 310 average, 1039 OPS. The last of his 40 home run seasons, the last of his 1000 plus OPSs. I'll definitely take that. So we'll take the 2000 Bagwell. So I think you see what I'm getting at here, how we can, especially with this team, we're going to just cherry pick from those 4 seasons for each player. Biggio, of course we'll take a look at Biggio, Hall of Famer. 2000 to 2004 are our choices. Now, for him, this is the tail end of his career. So, if he has position flexibility, that's more appealing. He just played second base and DH here in 2001. It is his best OPS of this period. 2004 gives us a little more flexibility. He plays left and center. He does hit 281 with an 806 OPS. I think that this 01 is probably the best bet if we're going to take a Biggio. And we'll add him. We can always just move him to the reserve. 2001 for him. Former Mets legend Tim Bogar is on this team. This is the year Hidalgo has an amazing season. 44 bombs, 314 average, 1028 OPS. The only season he has over 1,000 OPS. The only season he hits over 30 home runs. Never even hit 30 in another season. So the 2000 Hidalgo for sure. That's a great ad for this team. We'll see in the game what kind of defensive profile it gives him. Now, Alou hits 355 this year, 1039 OPS. But is there a better one in this window we're talking about here? I doubt it, but it's worth a look. Yeah, which is crazy. He came off of an entire season missed for injury and then hits 355 with a 1039 OPS. Crazy good. So we'll take that season. Let's take the 2000. All right. Then also on the bench that year is Lance Berkman. But we can look ahead to see which one of these years we might want to grab. Right? Because the next year, in 2001, he goes off and hits 331 with 55 doubles and a 1051 OPS. Now we can also go up to 2004, 316, 1016 OPS. But I think this 01 season is better. So we'll grab this 01 season. All right. And then also on the bench that year is Caminiti. But he's on the tail end. But he did have a 1001 OPS that year. Now, it's a small sample size season, the 200 at-bats, 208 at-bats. But third base, another place that's hard to find players. So maybe we'll just grab him just in case. He also has some first base, third base flexibility that might come in handy. Oh, in 2000, though, he only played third base. But it's a much better season than 2001, so we'll still grab him. It doesn't hurt to import him, and then we can always put him on the reserve. Okay. I think we're good there. Then let's go to his next stop, which is Oakland. 04 and 05. Rookie of the Year, Bobby Crosby, but he only hit 239s. I don't think we'll be looking at him. Although we do have a shortstop already, so we don't need to go. We're not desperate there. Eric Chavez, we can look at his 04 or 05. Both are pretty good. High 20s for home runs. 24 is a better OPS season and WAR season. So let's just put him on the list for now. We'll take the 2004. So the good thing about this approach is we don't have to narrow it down to the 14 right away. We'll just dump everyone onto the roster and then sort it out. Kotze, this season's a pretty good one, but let's see if 05's any better. Yeah, the 04 has a higher OPS, higher batting average. So let's take 04 Kotze. All right. Jermaine Dye, his 05 might be good. Let's take a look. Oh no, he's going to be off the team by then, so it's just the 04. And I think we have better outfielder choices, so we can just bypass him. Oh, there's anyone on the bench we really need to look at, so then let's look at his next stop. Dotel then went to the Yankees for 14 games in 06. Now, some of these may not have overlapped if they, were in the wrong part of the season, but we're going to just assume. But again, for this one, we have to take just this particular year. Now, Jeter hit 343. Cano hit 342. I think we want both of them. Bobby Abreu hit 330. I think we want him. And A-Rod hit 290 with 35 bombs. And heck, even Johnny Damon hit 285 with 24 bombs and 25 steals. So we may end up grabbing a bunch of players from this team. So let's start with Cano. And what's the year we're grabbing? 2006, I think. Yeah, 2006. All right, the Jeter. Also, are we overlooking a Posada year? Yo, 277 with 23 bombs. Yeah, we'll take that. We've already got the Piazza, but can never have enough catching. Actually, you can. We have room for 2 catchers on our roster. You grab Giambi, you just have a left-handed bat. Okay, yeah. I mean, it doesn't hurt if we end up reserving him, so that's a good point. We'll grab that Giambi. I mean, look at how many parts we're taking off this team. A-Rod. I'm clicking on the profiles to make sure I get their player ID right. Yeah, I think good call on Giambi. It doesn't hurt to... I'd rather take more than not enough. I do think center field is going to be tough. I don't know what his fielding will look like, but Johnny Damon's probably worth adding. I mean, Abreu hit 330. I think we have to at least grab him. We may not use him, but... And also, he's another bat. I mean, he's got a bat for average. Giambi's got a bat for power. We can see what we need. Yeah, I mean, we took a bunch of batters off this team. So I think we're good there. All right, then a cup of coffee in Kansas City in 07 along with Atlanta. I mean, this is the difference, right? We go to the Yankees, we grab like 5 or 6 players. We're looking at the Royals, like, are we going to take any of these players? I mean, just because second base is tough, maybe we take Ritsolonic. Again, he's just someone we'll cut if we have to. If we have plenty of second basemen, then he won't make the cut. Which version of this was him? 2007, I believe. Yeah, 2007. Okay. The Braves, 07. It's like an all-star game where someone has to be fake to represent a team. That's funny. All right. Ooh, a nice chipper season. 1029 OPS, 29 bombs, 337 average. Definitely taking this chipper. Man, a peak chipper season. That's really nice. All right, let's see what else we got here. McCann, maybe we just take as a defensive catcher. We can see what Posada and Piazza look like defensively. McCann's a really good defensive option, so we'll grab him for now. Oh, trust me, if there's an even remotely useful Georgia Tech legend on these rosters, I'm going to grab him. So Teixeira is definitely under consideration, even with half a season. Renteria at shortstop. Look at this. 332, 12 home runs, 11 steals against 2 caught stealing. I mean, let's at least bring him in. It'll be interesting to see what his fielding looks like in the game. Andrew Jones, unfortunately, this is one of his really bad batting average and base percentage years. So we'll pass on him, even though his defense is probably outstanding. Teixeira with a 317 average and a 1020 OPS and a small sample size. We'll take that. There it is, Georgia Institute of Technology. All right, let's see. I think we're good here. Let's go now take a look at the White Sox. We have 08 and 09 we could pull from. It's a down year for Konerko. Let's see if his 05 looks any better. Or not 05. What are we looking at? 09? Wait, hold on. White Sox, 08 and 09. So what do Konerko's 08 and 09 look like? 09 is not a ton better, so I think we can do better there. This Alexis Ramirez is interesting for second base. 21 home runs and a 290 average. Does he get better in his sophomore season? No, but he's still not bad. I mean, look at this position. Looks like he might be our utility guy. Let's take a look at that. We'll add him to the list for now. And we want the 2008 version of him. And then, let's see. Carlos Quentin, I know, has some interesting seasons. You only think Alexis is a shortstop because of Burley's perfect game? Fair enough. 08, 36 bombs, 288, an all-star. Drops off in everything in 09. I mean, we're probably going to be outfield rich, but I mean, let's go ahead and add him. The 2008 version, of course, the better one. Jermaine Dye. Oh, this is one of his better seasons. 34 bombs, 292 average, 885 OPS. Usually he comes with pretty good defensive attributes. 2008. Oh, it's his last big season. Although his last season, he still hits 27 bombs. We'll take the 08 Dye. We'll see. We'll have a pretty crowded outfield. We'll have to make some tough cuts. But that's fine. I'd rather be in that position than be scraping for bottom of the barrel outfielders. And then we got a Tomei here, a 34 home run, 245 version. Does he improve the next year? He's even older? No. And he's only playing DH. So, you know what? I'm shocked that I'm saying this, but between the fact that he's only playing DH and the relatively low batting average and OPS, and we actually have plenty of power hitters, I think we might pass on him, which I'm shocked to say. We've got a 38-year-old Ken Griffey Jr., but I think we're done here with the White Sox. Now, we do also get to look at 09, so we might as well look at 09. In case there are any different players on here. Gordon Beckham, a great Swiss Army knife player. I don't think we really need that, though. Actually, Podsednik off the bench, 304. The OPS is kind of low, but he also didn't walk much, but he does play left and center. Yeah, I think in any rostering decision, if you're a pure DH, it just hurts your flexibility so much. I mean, this is a full season, even though he's not in the starting part of the roster here. So I think we should add him. Just a lot of position flexibility if we decide to go with him. The 2009 version. I think it's better than the 08 was. Oh, he wasn't on this team in 08. That's why we didn't look at him. He wasn't on that roster. Okay, we're good here. All right, so Pittsburgh, a brief stay. Well, not brief, 41 games with Pittsburgh in 2010. That's a young McCutcheon. He might be a good defensive center fielder, though, at that stage. 33 steals, 10 caught, 16 home runs, 286 average, 365 OPS. The OPS is a bit low, but the 814... the on-base play is a bit on the low end for a potential leadoff guy, but the 814 OPS is pretty decent. I mean, let's at least consider him. We may not have any good defensive center fielders in the players we've chosen so far, so that might give Kutch a spot on the roster here. This is the opposite of the Tomei situation with DH only. This younger Kutch might make it just because he can play defensive center field. No one here on the bench really catching my eye, so let's go to a brief stay with the Dodgers. Interesting. 2010 Dodgers. Oh man, a past his prime Manuel Ramirez still hit 311 with a 915 OPS in limited sample size. Kemp was productive, but his rates aren't great. 249 average, 760 OPS. Ethier, not a huge season. For calls, interesting. I wish he walked a bit more, but 300 average, 826 OPS, 22 steals against 4 cost stealing, and he plays shortstop. Let's just grab him and see how he fits in. Oh, I need to get his player ID. We can look at... I've got McCann for defensive catcher, but we can take a look. Again, I'd rather over-import than under-import, so... I just like the idea, though, for Call is just like a plug-and-play defensive shortstop who actually hit 300. But we'll have to see what his defense looks like that year. I think with McCann, I'm okay with McCann over Martin right now. And then, that was interesting. I didn't realize the Dodgers were one of the teams. Okay, Colorado in 2010 as well. What's interesting is like what version of Helton do we get, and what version of Tulo do we get? Okay, the Helton's way past his prime, not great. This Tulo though is great. 27 home runs, 315 average, 949 OPS. Nice. We'll take this Tulo for sure. Yeah, I'm Drew. I'm with you on this one. As soon as I saw what version it was, it's a good one. a real good one. Let's see. Any other starters? Dexter Fowler in center field with 14 triples. But we've already got some decent center fielders here. I think we don't need to reach for him. Cargo in center field. Heck yeah. .336 batting average, 34 home runs, 974 OPS. That's a nice version of Cargo. Let's grab him for sure. Okay. Very nice. Very nice. Spielborgs might be an interesting platoon piece, but I don't think we need that right now. Let's look at Toronto in 2011. That's interesting. Oh, this Batista is peak Batista. Holy cow. Led the majors in home runs, walks, slugging, OPS, OPS plus. Yes, please. That's a monster season. Yeah, that's nice. That's our starting right fielder right there. Encarnacion with a decent season, but I don't think we need to grab that one. This Brett Lowry could be interesting at third, but it's a small sample size, so I think we'll pass. And then anyone on the bench worth looking at? No, I think we're good. And then St. Louis, also in 2011. Ooh, this is tempting. So, how old is he in this one? A 28-year-old Yadier Molina. He might bump Posada or Piazza off their team. This is because I'm assuming his glove is going to be impeccable, and his offensive is good this year. I mean, it's definitely worth pulling him on the team and see how he looks compared to the others. Yeah, we'll get Pujols for sure. But this is a nice version of Molina. I like it. So Pujols still, it's not peak, but it's prime, I would say. Prime Pujols. Okay. This Matt Holliday is interesting. Almost hit 300, 912 OPS, 22 home runs. Not a ton of position flexibility. And we'll definitely take this Berkman. Yeah, let's take this Berkman for sure. Tommy G said, "Die Yankees fans are hearing Posada getting bumped hurts your soul." But then there were like 7 Yankees taken from that one year. Yeah, yeah. The Yankees are not hurting for representation on this team, especially considering he only played one season there. If it were a different kind of sim, it wasn't just like a tribute trying to just like have the best time possible with Dotel, I might have set a rule like you can only take as many players as he's played years on that team, right? So one year the Yankees, we can only pick one Yankee. That would make it a little more like challenging and a little bit more of like a puzzle trying to put the right team together. But I just want this team to do well because we want Dotel to do well tonight. So from a utility perspective, this Alan Craig is interesting because he hit 315 with a 917 OPS, and he played left, right, second, center, third, and first. A small sample size, but I assume it's because he's coming off the bench a lot. So just because like these teams tend to need at least one utility guy, we do have one or two already. But let me just add him. We may need someone like him. And he had a good season doing it, so this is a good one to hold on to just in case. It was only half a season of the Yankees because he was coming from TJ. Yeah, there was a hole in his career there, so that explains it then, coming off of TJ. Nick Punto, another utility guy. But I like the Allen that we grabbed. All right, then we have 2 seasons with Detroit. So anyone on here 12 or 13 we can grab. Prince Fielder, interesting. So there's going to be some Miggies here. We're going to be grabbing a Miggy for sure. I mean, I don't think we have a ton of first basemen, actually. I mean, there's enough room that we can... I guess it's our version of camp. We'd invite him to camp. So 12 and 13 we can look at. 30 home runs. I mean, it's past his prime. But in 12, he had 313 with a 940 OPS. It's enough to bring him in for a look. Now, Peralta, let's look at his next season, too, just in case. Yeah, he hits 303 with an 815 OPS and is an all-star. Let's bring him in just to see what his defense looks like. We have a couple of shortstop with a similar profile. We'll just pick the best one. The 2013 is the one. That's why I'm glad I took a peek, even though his 2012 wasn't great. I remember him being decent, had some decent years around that time. Andy Dirks could be a utility outfielder. Small sample size with 344 player appearances, but hit 322. But if we're going to grab someone, let's grab a full season. Austin Jackson here, hitting 300 with an 856 OPS. We'll just have to see what his defense looks like. Now, I assumed we're going to take the 2012, but what's his 2013 look like? Not quite as good. Not bad, but not quite as good. Okay, but here's the highlight, I think, of this roster is... Let's look at Miggy. Yeah, we're not taking starters, though, because we're just going to turn versions of Dotel into starters. All right, so 12 or 13 we can pick from. Now, I get he led the majors in home runs and RBI in 12, but in 13, his batting average is higher, his on base is higher, his slugging is higher, his OPS is higher. He just happened to not lead the league in home runs and RBI that year. So I'm taking 13, Miggy. Yeah, triple crown, but if you look at the productivity or the rate stats, I actually like his 2013 better. And I forgot to get his player ID while I was in there. Okay, now let's look at 13 just in case there's someone who shows up in 13 who wasn't here in 12. Oops. I need to click on the team. Oops. Wrong team. There we go. 13. All right. Are there any new names on here? Torrey Hunter. 37 years old, but still 17 home runs, 304 average, 800 OPS. He's moved to right field by then, and I think we're pretty set at right field. I think we can import this crew as is now. We've got a bunch of position players we need to look at. I don't think we have any position holes. So here's the roster file. It's actually quite extensive now. So let's see how many. It's got 55 lines. 12 of those are Dotels. And one is Tony Blanco, who also passed away in the collapse. So that's 13. So that means we have 42 other players to consider for 13 spots. I think that's plenty. So let me save this. Dotel tribute. It just has to be something I can remember when I'm on the import screen. Okay, so now we can do the importing, but if you all don't mind, I would like to try to get into these tournaments and not forfeit, so I'm going to do a couple quick drafts here. I need to switch accounts, though. And I'm actually past the the start, so I'm going to have to speed draft these. All right, what do we have here? West Coast, Best Coast. It's already passed, so it will time me out even before I use up the 20 minutes. And I have 2 of these to do, so I'm going to have to do them within probably 7 minutes each. I'll have to set the rosters and stuff later. This account's been doing pretty well. It's got 540 clubhouse stars, but that doesn't reflect a bunch that I used already to buy gold packs. So 1958. I believe power is similar to now, much lower strikeout percentage. And it's in a slightly power-friendly park. And it's a double PD, which I've been doing pretty well in these. Actually, let me look up 58 real quick. I probably shouldn't have started before I looked it up, but so I'll just show you what I'm looking at here. I'm going to compare 2010 to 58. So home runs are barely down. But the big difference is strikeouts are down by almost half. Batting average is not down. So basically, walks are about the same. Steals are down. So we're not going to be looking for speed, and players that have low contact because of um, low avoid K, they become a lot more playable. Right? So like Hack Wilson's a lower avoid K. That's going to be less of an issue. His contact is going to be better, and his power and eye are already really good. So I'm going to take him. I might not take him in other environments, but I will take him in 58. Because the power is not going to be nerfed, but his strikeouts will be nerfed. Same thing here. That avoid K is going to be less of an issue. I really like these doubles, double drafts. So Hannes can play third, so he can put Jeter at short. Love having good defensive center fielder. We'll move Hack Wilson to left. And then a lot of these live starting pitchers are actually playable, but Brenly, great versus righty, so I'm going to grab him as my catcher. And I need to start grabbing some pitchers here. Oh, perfect. High BABIP. Good stuff. The home run suppression, less of an issue in this. The home run suppression is decent. Okay, I like both of these starting pitchers, but do I need a position player? Michael Young at second base hides the defense, but gets me that bat. But I actually like both of these pitchers. Okay, we'll go Young and Martinez. Tennis will be my VL catcher. I've got Brenly reverse platoon as my VR pitcher. Let's see what I need. Backups in the middle infield. Oh, we need a starting third base. Wait, oh, it's putting Jeter at DH. Oh, he's a good plug for every infield spot, which I need. I've got Tennis at first, so I could use actually another first baseman too. Let's just see what the AI does here. Okay, I need a legit backup center fielder who can field. And a real left fielder. I don't like Rhys Hoskins to be my backup in left. Gates Brown had a really good PT25 card. I missed that. And we're a little behind. We're way behind on pitching. Jeez. Yeah, this was a theme team. I'll explain the rules for the theme team later if I remember to. But it was a fun theme team. I had fun with the logo. It actually started playing pretty well towards the end of the cycle because they had some good newer cards that came out that actually fit the theme. But one of the things I liked about the theme is like it made me research a lot of the songs, which I knew, but I didn't know to the depth that I started to know them as I was putting the theme team together. All right, we need to get caught up on pitching here. So there are a lot of like problematic pitchers here who have significant holes, like his control, his home run suppression, his PBABIP. All right, we're gonna ride on the control, see how that goes. I think this Nelson card I recall is pretty good for a live card. Oh, did I say it's 1958? I did say that, didn't I? That's right. I only need 3 stars and probably 8 or 9 pitchers total. Maybe 9. Okay, thank you for that reminder. Yeah, I was so busy looking at the the era differences in the batting stats. I didn't even think about the size of the pitching staff. But I think bronze pitchers are significantly better than what you end up getting in iron, so I don't mind spending those picks here. I mean, it also means we can afford some platoon pieces, like maybe Palirulo versus righties. Oh, he's not as splitty this year. Okay, I did say I wanted a real glove in center field to back up the center fielder, so we'll do that here with McAleer. So I've got 7 pitchers. It won't let me go down to 3 yet, so let's just see what it looks like here. All right, so maybe another lefty. I do have 2 catch. Yeah, Tennis is at first. He's my backup catcher. I've already got 8 pitchers. I probably only need 1 more, if that. Wait, do we get a DH? Oh, we do get a DH. Nice. Jeter's still my DH, huh? I was wondering because I was thinking about taking Reyes as a VL DH. Yeah, let's do it. All right, we're at 9 pitchers. Now, in modern year, instead of 12, I take 13. So in 58, maybe instead of 9, I take 10 if I found another pitcher I like. But I'm also not opposed to just taking 2 more hitters here. Oh, this Bud Black card I think is pretty good. Yeah, it's not bad. Unfortunately, I got a ton of pitchers in this last pool. What does my bats look like here? Mostly righties. Is there a good lefty bat in here? Switch hitter. Lefty, not very great. Not really excited about any of these bats. Hey, Mathis plays both ways, but his batting is crap. But let's just put them in to plug some holes in the depth chart. We've got more pitchers than we need, but I'm considering.
Why do you keep following me around?
Mathis is a Swiss Army knife. Tommy G, thank you for the follow. Okay, so I can't save anything here because I'm in the. If you don't know, there's like a blackout period between when the tournament fires and when it technically starts, where it won't save any changes you make. Like to the and I'm not gonna have time to do this other draft. I have another team in the same tournament, but I have 2 minutes left to draft it. There's no way. So let's just go back to the sim now. Okay, so we have the roster file ready, so I think we can just go ahead and import. I don't think I have a 2024 quick start. I should actually make one. Let's do that right now, actually. This will be your 2024. No minor leagues to keep the file size small. I'm going to explain everything I do in case you want to do something like this on your own. I turn off expansion because we're just doing one season. I leave this as is. So this will be Dotel. V1. I'm just gonna. Unfortunately, OOTP doesn't let you see file names unless you actually like seek them out on a separate window. So I copy and paste the file names so I can reference them later. We need to be commissioner mode because to do things we want to do, like import those players. In case I didn't say it, Holler, thank you for reminding me that we were in 1958 and I didn't need 13 pitchers. That was a great reminder. I always take more pitchers than I need to because one of the things I've noticed is stamina doesn't go as far in 26, and I've won some tournaments or gone deeper in tournaments than I probably deserve to just by having more pitchers and having more starting pitchers in the bullpen just for their stamina and just like outlasting other teams. Okay, because we're going to make a quick start of this. I'm not going to take over a team yet. I'll do that once we get into the game. And what I'm going to do is just going to create our historic sim quick start so that we can always just fire it up quickly. Yeah, it's always a bummer when you go into the tournament and you see like everyone else is running 3-man rotations and you have 13 or 14 pitchers. And they all have like real nice platoon lineups. And you're like, oh man, I messed this one up. Usually it doesn't take this long to start up a historic sim. I wonder if I checked something wrong. Like, I usually avoid importing the minors and importing the entire history to keep the file size small. I don't know why it's. I'm worried that it's creating a huge file. That's why it's taking so long. Usually this zips by. This has been your second day of playing Perfect Team ever. In the draft tournament, you only made it for. I would say making the quarterfinal within your first 2 days is probably a big success. The perfect drafts are a grind and they're hard to win. So it sounds like you're doing pretty well. Okay, so let's set up the game settings here. This is our typical simulation setting set. No scouting, which is already the setting. No coaching. No owner goals, but you'll notice the owner will probably still bother us. I don't know why that keeps happening. Well, I think we'll disable storylines too. Injuries are going to be off. Suspensions will be off. We're going to disable player development. So basically, what you have at the beginning of the season is theoretically what you should have at the end of the season. Which is also how we're going to turn trades off. It basically lets us get away with using just a 26-man roster. You don't make any changes. League settings opens up a whole new set of other menus. So rules, let's see. We want player expansion 26 players to 26 players. So we don't have to worry about having more players. Trading's going to be off. Disable creation of free agents. That's what we want. Finances are fine. Options. We don't want pitchers winning the Cy Young Award because they already have their own elite award. I don't want to have to vote for Hall of Fame, so we're going to turn that off. I don't want to have to vote for All-Star games, so we'll turn that. We'll turn human voting for them off. But we are going to take the importance of popularity in the All-Star vote down to none. That way our imported players will have a chance at making the All-Star game. You can import the most famous player in the world, and they still start unknown when you import them. They did change this, which is great. I pointed out to them that the wild cards were just 1 game wild cards, and they're supposed to be 3 game. And to their credit, OOTP, trying all the time to be historically accurate, did change that. So that was really nice to see. And they did very quickly too, which I appreciated. Okay, we're going to turn off players retiring to history and missing season according to history. Turn off automatic importing of historical rookies. And we'll leave this as is. Let's turn down this nerfing, especially because we have these relief pitcher Dotels coming in. I think we're safe with what they had, but just to be extra safe, I'm going to take those down. And then here's where we're going to lock in the 2024 multipliers. We're going to turn off auto calculating, so they're not going to recalculate after we bring in our new players. So it'll just preserve the current modifiers, which make it feel like 2024. And we're not going to do additional modifying when we bring in new players, which usually has the effect of like nerfing really good players. We don't want that to happen. So that should be good. So we can save this now. I don't think I forgot anything here, but I always remember something after the fact. But we'll save this as a quick start too. And we'll sim 2024 QS01. Okay. Now there are a few things that the quick start doesn't recover anyway when you open it, so we have to do them manually anyway, so I thought I might as well do them after we save the quick start. They are some mailbox settings I like to have for the postseason awards in particular. And then under manager options, creating a de facto do not disturb. The can do not disturb they have here is fine, but it gives the AI a little too much power, and I don't want it to undo certain things I have. So I'm going to save those. And now what I'm going to do is now we're going to take over the Mets. The historic quick start I created, that's team agnostic. So you don't have to go through the trouble of like unmanaging the Mets and managing another team. But for now, we will assign ourselves to the Mets. Actually, let's just give ourselves the job. Instead of just acting as, we'll just make ourselves the Mets manager. Okay, so now we're in there. And the first thing we'll do is we're going to clear out the roster. Because we're going to replace it with the players we just identified. So we're going to delete them. Okay, now all player creation and importing happens from the free agency screen. You go to your manager, GM and manager actions, sign a free agent. If you're in commission mode, you'll have this pull down menu for actions, create fictional players or import. Tonight we're going to import from the historical database. Now up here you can add players one at a time, but we created that file. We're going to take advantage of that. What did I call it? Oh, Dotel. Dotel tribute. There we go. Current ratings on real stats. Fielding ratings on imported season. Now, sometimes I'll make this 3-year period. It gives us a little more position flexibility. Maybe we should do that. Give ourselves maximum position flexibility. Pitcher stamina we want based on the imported season. We're going to edit this anyway. And we don't want anyone to get nerfed, so we'll take this down quite a bit. $55 players. That checks with what we had. So this is what our roster looks like. Now we need to narrow down the batters to 14. So let's look at some batting ratings. There's just some basic batting ratings. Contact power I overall versus righties versus lefties. And I have it in that order because when you look at this lineup, for some reason it has versus righties here and versus lefties here, even though intuitively you feel like it should be opposite. I've done that to match that order, righties and then lefties. Okay, so McCann did not import as the defensive specialist that I thought he would be. So he's an easy cut. We'll send him to the reserve. Oh, it's not letting me send it to the reserve roster? Why not? I am running the Mets. Why is it not letting me send him? Wait, oh, free agents. Oh, here's what happened. Okay, we're going to redo this. We're going to delete everybody. I forgot to change the Mets because I didn't want to do it in the quick save. I have to change the Mets abbreviation to FTM for Franchise Time Machine because that's what the notepad file has. Right, let me show. And again, it doesn't have to be notepad, but the Word file. Right, the destination I said is FTM in case I want to use this in other situations. I didn't want it to be NYM in case next time I'm not importing to the Mets. So for now, we'll just change this to FTM to match our form. Now when I go do the import, now the good thing is it kept all my other settings. So that's great. I don't have to redo those. Now when it says 55 players imported, they'll all be imported into the Mets roster. Right, so the free agency pool is still empty. The Mets roster, though, now has 55 players. Okay, so again, this, well, let's go to my simplified batting view. Okay, so this McCann, not the defensive specialist I thought, so we're going to just send him to the reserve. Piazza actually better defensively than Posada. Let's see what that looks like. Blocking is 60. Arm is 40. Posada has a better arm, but it says Piazza's better at everything else defensively. And what do their offenses look like? Posada has the eye edge, but I'll take power over eye. And then Molina for the defense. So, yeah, we are going to send Posada to the reserve. Okay, now at first base, we have a ton of options here. Bagwell, Fielder, Giambi, Pujols. Teixeira. Tommy G, sad about losing Fasado already. All right, let's see. I mean, the power eye from Giambi is pretty appealing. And he's a lefty. Okay, everyone's pretty splitty except for Bagwell. So I think Bagwell is going to be my starter with the 80 power 75 eye. And is it possible Pujols is not going to make this team? Because he has the same power as Bagwell, Giambi, and Pujols, but he has the same power as Bagwell and Giambi, but they have the eye advantage. Now Pujols does have a pretty significant contact advantage over Giambi, but versus righties, actually Pujols is actually better versus righties. He's got a reverse split. All right, let's come back to first. First is tougher than I thought. Second base. I mean, Cano is better, way better than anyone else here. Now, what positions does Alfonso play? Second and third. Cano's probably second only, right? Yeah. Okay, for now, let's keep Alfonso and Cano. Okay, third base. Definitely keeping Miggy. That bat is insane. If we decide to DH him, man, Chavez has quite the glove. Caminiti's less splitty, though. Oh, wait, I forgot Chipper's here, too. Oh, I thought these are all third basemen. Shoot. All right, I mean, it's Chipper and Miggy. All right, shortstops. Call did come through as defense is pretty good, but too low. 70 defense, 75 power. The problem with Tulo and Jeter is they're both shortstop only, which is painful. So is Peralta. So is Renteria. Jeez. All of our shortstops are shortstop only. Okay, let's keep Jeter and Tulo for now. Yeah, we still have way too many players. All right, Tony Blanco we have to keep. Oh, what did I say though? I said we would make his actual ratings equal his potential. He's already there. He's already there. Okay. All right. There's no improving Tony Blanco. All right, let's start with center fielders. We need a good defensive center fielder who can hit. Hidalgo, 80 power and an 80 defensive center field. That's crazy. That's like create a roster player. Now, can any other outfielders play center field? Who else can play center well? Nobody. Wow. Okay, that's potentially problematic. So I definitely want Hidalgo. Kotze center field only. Pretty sure Damon's center field only. Oh no, Damon's left and center. Okay. So we'll keep Damon and Hidalgo for center. Right field. Oh man, Batista's so good. Alou is so good. Batista's good both sides. Alou better versus lefties, but still good versus righties. All right, I think Abreu we're losing. And then in left, I mean, Berkman's such a good bat. Man, Cargo's good except for the eye. But he's a lefty bat, so I'd like to keep him. Craig's a Swiss Army knife that I... Oh, no, you know what? He's not a Swiss Army knife in the game. So we can lose Craig. We'll lose Ricky Podsednik. Let's try that for now. We have so many cuts to make. We have 10 more cuts to make still. Oh, I wasn't supposed to cut somebody, right? Who was it? Oh, Nelson Cruz. He's still on the team. Nelson Cruz's sister apparently died in the collapse as well. All right, we have to cut 10 more players. Oh, okay, we can't cut any of the Dotels. We have to cut some first basemen. And we have to make some tough cuts in the outfield, I think. Oh, this is tough. I actually think from a rostering perspective, the Bagwell Fielder combo might make the most sense, surprisingly. I was thinking I could keep 2 of them if one of them was going to DH, not keep 3 of them if one of them was going to DH. I mean, I'm going to end up with 2 righties if I go Pujols Bagwell. And hold on, let's see. This is the 07. Yeah, so even though... Oh, no, he did have a full season. He just split it between 2 teams. I mean, I'm definitely biased towards Georgia Tech legend Mark Teixeira, but... think maybe it's Bagwell to Shara. We just can't carry two at every infield position. But I also, let's just see if we just put everyone in the lineup. Yeah, see, we only have one deep at short and second because they're everyone's single position. And Alfonso's backing up two of them. Oh my goodness, is Chipper the cut? Holy cow, that's a heck of a bat to be cutting. This season's Chipper is crazy good. 70s across the board is kind of crazy. He's a little splitty, but what does Blanco play? First, third, and left. Okay. He's a must roster. I can't cut Damon because we have no depth in center field, right? Oh, Berkman plays center. I'm guessing not well, but he's a 30. I might have to cut Johnny Damon. He's the weakest bat remaining, I think, other than Blanco. I think we gotta. So our backup center fielder is a terrible fielder, but and then I think Carlos Quentin. I don't think we can afford to keep that bat as good as it is. Oh, Dye is still on there. Yeah, Dye is gone for sure. Thank you for pointing that out. Okay, so what are we down to for bats now? 19 still. Oof. Oof. All right, Quentin is gone, I think. I like the bat, but he doesn't offer much more. Okay, what are we at now? 18 still. 4 more cuts. All right, what's the depth chart look like now? Oh my goodness, I think Chipper's going to get cut. And I still don't know that we can get down to 14. Lou might have to get cut, which is crazy. It's too many of these single position players. You know what? I think Teixeira has to go. Berkman's backing up a ton of positions, including first base. Ah, that's a bummer. Georgia Tech legend Mark Teixeira getting cut. And then I think Chipper Jones has to go. I love his bat, but he doesn't back up enough positions, whereas Berkman's super important to our roster. Man, this is the hardest cut, I think. Chipper Jones' bat this year is so good. $16, 2 more cuts to make. I don't know where they're going to come from. Look at that Blanco defensive sub at third base. Nice. He's going to get some playing time. The only other one who's not a... Well, let's see. Versus lefties, though. Lou starts at DH. Nelson Cruz, I think we decided is a must roster because of his sister. So then I think we have to lose Lou. Or we're down to 15. But we don't have enough backup flexibility to cut it any further. Nelson Cruz is the next cut, but we have to roster him. Okay, I'm making an executive decision. Since it wasn't him, but his sister who passed away, as sad as that is, we're going to focus on the two players who died, Dotel and Blanco. So I'm going to cut Nelson Cruz. Drew agrees with the decision? Okay. Tommy G also agrees. Okay. In the spirit of what we're doing, it's Dotel and Blanco who died. As sad as it is that Cruz lost his sister, he's still with us, so I'm going to do this. Okay. Okay, so now let's just adjust the lineups here. Wow, it's a heck of a team. You've got Edgardo Alfonso, Jeter, and Berkman on the bench. Wow. Wait, that's weird. This has... Oh, wait a second. I brought in two Berkmans by mistake. So which Berkman is... Okay, he can play left, center, and right. He can play first, left, and right. I think... Oh my goodness, I can't believe I did that. The one who can play first is the expendable, because we need the one who can play center. That lets us bring back a player. I had two Berkmans. I didn't even realize it. Okay, so where are we the weakest in terms of... I mean, Blanco is now our backup first baseman, and he's like a career 177 hitter. As much as like we're trying to celebrate him as well as Dotel, I think let's bring back someone who can play first base. A bat at first. Oh, or Chipper. Chipper's the best bat we had to send back. Teixeira's probably the best first baseman we had to send back. I mean, this Chipper bat is just insanely good, though. Why can't you play first base, Chipper? Wait, this says you can. Oh, that's a no-brainer then. Welcome back, Chipper. How come that didn't show up here? That's weird. When we go to his profile... Wait, when I did compare player, why did it say that he could play third? It says rating at first base. It doesn't say potential at first base. That's really weird. I mean, if it's eligibility, that's one thing, but I feel like it didn't say that, though. All right, let's see. Bagwell. I mean, Bagwell's good for both sides, but... Yeah, it is crazy. But it did say he was a 70 at first base, right? What if we just force start him there? What happens? He'll be a 0. Is it that he's trainable? But it didn't say that. Didn't say that he's trainable. It's not showing up here, but when I do the compare, he's a 70. That's really bizarre. It's almost like these are defensive potentials, but it doesn't say potential. I want to see what happens when we plug him into first base. Yeah, right? It looks like it's showing potentials, right, Smiley Face Jane? I mean, it gets that V right bat into the game. All right, let's run with it and see what happens. I mean, it's letting me do it. I think his defense is going to be a 0 there to start with. Yeah, he's got no defensive there. Yeah, he's got 0 experience there. It does look like a potential, but it's weird that it doesn't say potential. I'm going to ask in the forums about this. This is really interesting because on the profile, it definitely looks like third base only. But then when you compare a player, right, it doesn't say defensive potential, it says defensive ratings. And it shows him having first base. All right, just so you know, I am going to force him at first base. He will eventually get experience and will be able to play defense. And because he has the ratings of a third baseman, he will pick up first base much faster and be a better first baseman eventually. More importantly, it gets him into our lineup. Oh, shoot, development is not on. He may not improve at first base. That's a good catch. All right, what happens if we put him at DH? Oh, Berkman can back up at first. So in this lineup, we can put Chipper at DH and Berkman at first. And we're safe there. Okay, that works. Now, do you want to platoon Cano and Alfonso? No, they're both better VR, which is a bummer. I did get rid of the Berkman that had first base eligibility. You're right. That is correct. I mean, I guess we're going to have Chipper sitting on the bench. I don't like him better than Miggy, even VR. Miggy, this Miguel Cabrera is just a sick bat. Well, Miggy can play first. Oh my goodness. So we put Miggy at first. We put Chipper at third. Yeah. Yep, there we go. There's the answer. All right, and then VL. Yep. We got Blanco backing up. Actually, you know what we should do? We should put Miggy over here ahead of Blanco. So then when Bagwell's tired, Miggy will start. Chipper can start at third. Perfect. All right, I like that. Spyface Game was going to stream after me, but your internet is being a pain. Okay, let me know what you decide to do. Because I will definitely raid into you over anyone else if you decide to go. Okay. Okay, we've got ads coming in 5 minutes. We're going to start them now. So you can consider this your 3-minute warning to fill out your pack giveaway form. So we'll fire the commercials now. Okay, good luck, everybody. All right, as I was filling my water, I realized what Tommy G just said in the chat. I forgot to do the Dotels. So, the main reason we're doing the sim, I forgot to adjust the Dotels. So we got to do that still. All right, so here's the first thing we're gonna do. We're gonna put the year of each Dotel. Oh, Clay Dog. Clay Dog's been lurking. Look at that. Yeah, no, you didn't miss it. I missed it. All right, so we're gonna add the year to each Dotel. This is the first thing we usually do, which is why Clay Dog thought he missed it, because it helps us know when we see all these Dotels which one we're actually talking about at any given time. Now, when you change a name in the base game, for whatever reason, you have to hit enter, or it won't stick. For almost any other attribute, you can just like change it and tab through and it'll stick. But for the names, you have to enter. And I'm just arrowing up and down to each Dotel. Were there two 2004s just now? Okay, there's another mistake I made. Let me figure out who we missed. We grabbed two 2004s. (2001), 2000. Okay, so where did we mess up? I say we, but it's me. Where did I mess up? Oh, when we had to add one more. I added 04. We already had 04. Okay, so what season Dotel do we want to add in? Let me pull up his career page again. Okay, so here's what we've already picked. We've picked 99, 2000, 01, 02, 03, 04, and 04 is a multi, so we grabbed all of those. 08. Oh, shoot. I did not mean to grab all of those. What the heck? Alright, this is not working the way I expected it to. I thought I could just pick and choose rows, but it's like every time I go more than one row away, it's highlighting everything, which is not what I want. Do I have to use control? All of 04, that's correct. And then 08. No, control is not working either. I thought, like, when you do, the era comparisons, it lets you select multiple non-consecutive rows highlighting a routine. Does it not let you do that with this? It appears not. Okay. So the years we haven't taken are 05, 06, 07. 07 is the highest with 30 innings split across two teams. And then nothing after 12. Well, there's only 13. Okay, so we have to take one of these 5, 6, 7. I think we have to take 07 then. Alright, so for that, the easiest way to do that is going to be to go back here. Well, let's delete out one of the 04s because we got and we didn't label this one. This one's 1999. Or I did label it and I forgot to hit enter. That's what happens if you don't hit enter. Okay, so we'll delete this 04. Oh man, it's one of the best ones. So we can delete it because it's a dupe. Alright, we need to import 07. That's where we'll use this single import not creative player. Up here at the top. Alright, that's where we can do Dotel 07. This stuff all remains the same. Now he's going to go in the free agency pool. So we just go to the free agency pool now. Oh wait, why are these all free agents? That was weird. Oh, you know what? When I deleted the original import, I probably only deleted the batters. Okay. That's why they're still here. I'm glad we came across this though. Otherwise other teams would have picked up these Dotels. So he was 33 years old in '07. Wait, none of these are 33 years old. Where is '07 Dotel? There he is. This one. So we'll just name him 2007. We'll add him to the Mets. Now we can just delete all these other Dotels because they're dupes. Okay. All right, so who do we want to make our starters? The best ones? The best ones would apparently be 01, 80 stuff, 70 home run suppression, 50 PBAB at 40 control. Hold on a second, my dog's going crazy. Hold on a second. Okay. All right. I think he's okay. I thought he might have to go out real quick, but I think he'll be okay. So we'll make this one a starter. His stamina is already 50, so we'll just boost it a little bit. And by a little bit, I mean a lot. What do you think? 200? What does 200 do? 80. Oh, that might be a little too high. 160? 70. Still feels a little high. 150. 65. That feels like a good stamina there. He was only partial starting pitcher for the first 2 years and a little bit of the second year. So this is one where he actually did start some games. We just gave him a boost to his stamina. The 99 Dotel, not great home run suppression, but pretty decent stuff in PBAB. He's already got 60 stamina, so we probably don't have to mess with that. This 2000, not a great profile, but he's already 50 stamina. We'll just give him a little extra stamina. All right, we take him up to 65 as well. Now I feel bad that we left this 99 at 60, so let's take him up to 55. Or 50. I think it was 150, right? Okay, now we need to make 2 more starters. This 2002 is close to his starting years, right, where he actually did start. So let's make this one a starter as well. And he does have enough pitches. Look at those pitches. Wow. This is unadjusted. Those are some nice pitches. We're just going to boost his stamina. All right, so that's another starter. I think that was, and so maybe let's look at the 03. That's the next closest to the years he was starting. Okay, we can make this a starter too, and then we'll have 5 starters. So basically, we just extended the he started his career as a starter, sort of, and then by the 3rd season, he was almost fully in the bullpen. We just pushed that back a couple of years. So that feels okay to me. So I was discussing with Smiley Face Jane before the stream too, and I think Smiley Face Jane, your take was like, if he started out as a starter, then just extend that, right? So that's what we end up doing, and I think it feels right. It feels like the most reasonable way to do it, rather than like cherry picking years. And I don't even know how I would say like, oh, this one's a good starter year. I just like that he, stayed on the rotation longer than he did in real life. All right, so now if we ask it for a pitching staff, yeah, we've got our high stamina Dotels in the rotation. It put 02 in the number 1 spot, and 01 in the number 2 spot, and 03 in the number 3 spot. The actual years he was a starter are 4th and 5th. And we'll go with always start the highest rested. Interesting. It put the last season in Detroit, or last full season, or last, not full, he's a reliever, but his last 50 plus inning season in Detroit is the closer season. All right, this should be pretty fun. I like how this pitching staff looks. These Dotels should be a lot of fun. And I did underestimate. I know he had lots of double-digit strikeout per 9 seasons, but man, look at this stuff he's bringing. Pretty awesome. And he's going to get a little bit of that bullpen starting pitcher. Oh, no, sorry. It goes the other way. If you put a starter in the bullpen, they get a boost. The relievers in this rotation don't get a boost. All right. Well, we should be good. This is the pitching staff we're going with. Is it? Yeah, no, I turned trades off, and it should say that in the form too. That trades are off. All right, this looks pretty good. Let's do a save. I will save this as a quick start just in case we ever want to come back to this. Everything's ready to go, so we'll just start right here if we ever want to. All Dotel pitching staff. Tony Blanco. And top teammates from each stop of Dotel's career. Same season stats as teammate year. Okay, so that'll just remind me what went into that particular quick start. All right, I am gonna close the form here. So if you are working on any final submission, last minute submission, let me know. Otherwise, I am going to close the form. Oh, we got a couple last minute submissions in there. All right. No one's saying wait, so I'm going to close the forum. This is awesome. We got a lot of participation tonight. Maybe not great for those of you who are hoping for our usual really good pack giveaway odds. But makes for a more fun competition, I think. All right, let me resize things a little bit, and then I'll show you what the guesses look like. All right. Will this team make the playoffs? Of the 11 respondents, 82% of you think they will. Will it make the World Series? A little over half of you think they will make it to the World Series. And a little over a quarter of you think they will win the World Series. Oh, almost 50-50 on whether or not an Octavio Dotel will win either a Cy Young Award or Relief Pitcher of the Year. That will be an interesting postseason award to keep an eye on. Will a player on this team win the MVP? So a little under half think Dotel will win a Cy Young or Relief Pitcher of the Year. A little over half think someone on this team will win an MVP. Interesting. Good luck, everybody. Okay. The form is closed. We looked at the guesses. So now we get to advance to opening day, which is when the preseason predictions from the AI become available. So we will sim to opening day. And I think opening day is early because it was one of those. It's the was it the England series in 04? Because 05 started in Japan. I think, but did this series start in England, in the UK, I think? I think it did. That's why we're starting on the 20th with just one team. But let's go to MLB reports and info, preseason predictions. Okay, here's what kind of normal looks like. 600 to 800 to almost 900 runs, so 600 to 900 runs. Similar for runs allowed. Here are the Mets. Ooh, 142 win prediction. 1,246 runs predicted, 481 against. Oh, you know what? I forgot to set the strategy to sabermetric, which is what I said I would do. Okay. So I don't know how that would have changed these. It might have, but is well above your win total guess. Well, the AI is not usually right, is how I'll put it. I don't know how it's guessing, but it's always fun to look at. And every once in a while it is right, but I think a lot of the things we change, it's hard for the AI to digest when it makes these guesses. But it's always my favorite part to see what the AI is thinking. So we'll screenshot this. It does think Miggy is going to be the top batter, which is also my hope. But we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the top 10 batters and 3 of the top starters. The AI thinks Holler is very wrong. All right. Well, I kind of want to see the first game of the season, so let's advance to our first game. Okay, so just the Dodgers and Padres played. They're both 1-1. I think that was the UK series in 04. And let's go watch our first game of the season. Dotel on the mound. The 0-2 Dotel on the mound. Hosting the Brewers. Oh, look at this. First and third. Chipper and Cano for Richard Hidalgo. Bottom of the second. Scoreless 1.5 innings. Headed to the bottom of the second. No outs. 2 runners on. 0-1 count for Hidalgo. Drives it to left. It's going to hang for the out, but will they score the runner from third? Tagging up. Throw is not in time. Cano is now advanced to third with Tulowitzki on first for Molina. 1 out, 2-1 count. Ground ball to third. Fielded cleanly over to second. Makes the turn to first for the double play. Wow, scoreless all the way to the top of the seventh. 0-2 Dotel still on the mound. 2-0 count versus Sal Frelick. Line drive into right. That's going to drop in for a base hit. Brings up Jackson Churio. Pops it up. Catcher's under it. Makes the play. Yelich. 1 out. First pitch. Takes it. Runner goes. Stolen base. Come on, Yadi. I thought you were going to gun him out with that cannon. Yelich goes down swinging. 2 outs for Contreras. 1-2 count. Dotel still dealing in the top of the seventh. 2 big strikeouts. Top of the eighth. Dotel still on the mound. Still hanging on to a 1-0 lead. Mitchell leading off with a 1-2 count. Another strikeout. Thrills still getting Ks in the top of the eighth. Joey Ortiz grounds it back to the pitcher. Over to first. Easy out. Bottom of the eighth. Carlos Gonzalez up to bat. 1 out. 2-2 count. No one on base. A little blooper in the left over the third baseman. In for the base hit. It's a 1 out single. That brings up Lance Berkman. The one who cannot play first base, by the way. Drives it to right center field. Over the center fielder's head. And the center fielder runs through the wall. And throws it from behind the wall. All right, that's a big insurance run as we head to the top of the ninth. 2012 Dotel is in to close it out for the 0-2 Dotel. 2 outs. Line drive to left. That's going to fall in for a base hit. 2 out single. Jackson Churio up. 1-0 count. Pops it up to the catcher, and Molina makes the play. A 6-hit shutout combined between the 0-2 and 2012 Dotels. That is a heck of a way to start this season. Yeah, that 0-2 turned into quite a starting pitcher when we boosted his stamina. He had enough pitches, and they're all good ones. Very impressed by that, the pitching repertoire and the quality of it. And then let's go to the standings view. Let's sim out the. We'll do the month of March first. 2-0. Let's see what happened in that second game. Oh, wait. I thought I said we were 2-0. We won 6-3 and 10-2. All 2 or 3 run wins. So close games. But 3-0. Oh, it did say we're 3-0. Okay, good. All right. Month of April. First full month of the season. Wow, Team Dotel on quite a winning streak. I think that was 10 or 11 to start the season. And, we didn't put our finger on the scale much. We just gave 4 pitchers a pretty big boost to stamina. No, 3 pitchers, and 2 of them a small boost to stamina. That's really all we did. The 99 Dotel, who was a rookie, is Rookie of the Month. 02 Dotel is Pitcher of the Month. And Chipper Jones, who we squeezed into the lineup, is Batter of the Month. That 10-game winning streak, I think, was to start the season. All right. Let's see what those... Okay, Jones is Batter of the Month. He had 398 with 9 home runs, 35 RBI, and 22 runs scored. And 99 Dotel was Rookie of the Month. 4-1 with a 3.82 ERA. 42 strikeouts and 35 and a third innings. That's a heck of a lot of stuff there. And the 02 Dotel was Pitcher of the Month. So one was Rookie of the Month. This is Pitcher of the Month. 55 strikeouts and 41 and 2/3 innings work. Only 9 walks. Only 27 hits. That's 36 walks and hits in 55 innings. That is quite the whip. Let's see, what is that whip? It's 36 divided by 55. 0.65 whip. Okay, Tommy. Yeah, no worries. If you're entered in, you will still get to win your packs, even if you've fallen asleep. So, thanks for being here, and good luck to you. So, yeah, Rookie of the Month, Pitcher of the Month, and Batter of the Month. We're doing it all. Okay, 26-4, 867 win percentage as we head into May. Oh yeah, the mailbox settings. I'm not getting the other leagues messages, so I think I put your team only. I meant to be entire world, but with the same check mark. So that's right. Okay. Let's do the month of May. And to think the AI wanted to bench Chipper. He's killing it for us. 13-game winning streak. Again, see, we unchecked the owner box, but the owner is still bothering us. And so let's finish out May. The sim stopped because the owner bothered us. "12-game quality start streak by the 02 Dotel, and a 12-game win streak by the 02 Dotel." Wow, he won every quality start in that streak. 52-7, still an 881 win percentage, 9-1 in the last 10. No one else has even hit 40 wins, and we're at 52. Chipper is gunning for a triple crown. He's first in batting average, tied for second in home runs, and first in RBI. On the pitching side, 3 Dotels top the ERA board, the win board, and are first and second on the strikeout board, as well as the 12 Dotel leading the league in saves. I did not think the Dotels would pitch this well, to be honest with you. Part of it's like I wanted it to be a good season so that we're, the Dotel tribute isn't a bust of a season. And so I thought the strength of it would be the batters we brought in, all of his former teammates, limited to only the seasons he played with them. It's not even like we could cherry pick their peak seasons. And they are doing great, but man, these Dotels are really bringing it. Really like seeing that. That's super fun. Very much in keeping with the reason for the sim, too. All right, let's do the month of June. Yeah, they're still cranking away wins there. Chipper's hitting 400. All right, I spoke too soon. Now he's down to 378, but he was just over 400 for a little while there in June. 20-game winning streak by the team, 23-game hitting streak by Miggy, 35 on-base streak by Batista, and a 10-game quality start streak by the 0-1 Dotel this time. 0-2 Dotel did that last time. 74-9 and 892 win percentage. Chipper is 2 home runs behind Miggy for a triple crown. And let's see, we still have 2 Dotels, first and second in ERA, first, second, third in wins, first and second in strikeouts. And the 12 Dotel is second in saves. Craziness. All right, let's sim to the All-Star break. (82-14), 1 game left to go for the All-Star break. We are 41-game on-base streak by Cabrera just ended. We are 85-12, 30 and a half games ahead of the Marlins for the division at the All-Star break. Only one other team even has 60 wins. That's the 62-win Astros. Team Dotel is at 85-12. Arias has pulled ahead in the batting average race. Chipper's now third. Chipper's fallen out of the top 3 in home runs, but still leads the league in RBI with 97. Rockies look realistic. Let's see. 27-69. Very nice loss total as well. Let's see. How are the Dotels doing? First, second, and third in wins. The 0-2 is the only one in the top 3 in ERA now. First and second in strikeouts. The 2012 Dotel is back on top for saves. Man, the Dotel is really bringing it. All right, let's check out the All-Star voting. Now, the bummer is, I think the pitcher All-Star voting for imported players is still not working well. So, but let's see. Okay, Yachty first in voting at catcher, Miggy at first, Cano at second, Chipper at third, Tulo at short, Cargo in left. We don't have anyone in center. Who's our center fielder? Oh, Hidalgo. Oh, what's going on, Richard? 260, 16 home runs. 842 OPS. So not a bad season, just not a top 3 All-Star vote season. So that's a legit, it's not a snub, it's a legit omission. Berkman second at DH. And then, as I mentioned, the imported players do not do well on the pitching. But let's see who should get selected. I mean, any of these starters could deserve to go. 14-2 with a 3.5, 10-0 with a 3.9, 15-2 with a 3.12. But this is the gem. The 0-2 Dotel already 19-1 with a 2.41, 0.96 ERA. And then the 0-3 Dotel 11-0. So, yeah, lots of snubs on the pitching front there. But let's see if the AI gets it right on the selections. 01 and 02 Dotel are in the rotation. They didn't take our closer Dotel, which is a little surprising. Yachty, Miggy, Cano, Chipper, Tulo, Berkman, Cargo, Bautista. I count 10, which is one behind what the best creator roster teams do. So that's pretty good. All right, home run challenge. We've got Miggy, Berkman, and Bautista in there. Of course, Miggy loses to Alvarez. Bautista advances only because he is playing one of our teammates. Judge knocks out Bautista, so it's Kyle Tucker and Aaron Judge. Aaron Judge wins. For those of you who haven't watched Creator Roster or some of our other streams, it is incredibly hard for our created or imported players to win the home run challenge for whatever reason. I don't know why it's so hard. Because a lot of times we'll have more than half the field and we still won't win it. So it's not one of those things where like 1 out of 8 sounds better than it actually is, and so it seems like you're not winning enough. No. Like we've flooded the field and still not won a bunch of times. Okay, so let's go to the All-Star break, or All-Star game itself. We finished the home run challenge. We'll just quick play this. Jose Bautista wins All-Star MVP. Very nice. The NL does win. Tulo went 1 for 3. Cargo went 2 for 2, leading off. Miggy goes 0 for 2. Bautista goes 1 for 2 with a home run, 2 RBI. Chipper went 0 for 3. Cano went 1 for 2. Molina went 0 for 3. 0-1, Dotel got the honor of starting. 1 clean inning with 1 hit allowed. Very nice. Bautista wins the MVP. Awesome. All right, let's sim the month of July. (94-16). It's August 1st, and we're on the verge of 100 wins. No one else has over 70. The closest is the Astros with a very nice win total of 69, but still not even 70. And we're at 94. Chipper back on top of the batting race, and we've got the top 3 hitters, top 2 home run hitters, and the top 3 RBI. On the pitching side, 02 and 03 Dotel first and third in ERA, top 3 winning pitchers, and top 2 strikeout pitchers. Dotel 02 is only 5 strikeouts away from a pitching triple crown. And man, it is super fun watching these Octavio Dotels do so well. Man, that's great. All right, the month of August. And again, we didn't put our finger on the scale with those Dotels other than the stamina. That's all his ratings. And we had to take some deep cuts. A lot of those seasons were such low innings that, we couldn't really cherry pick. I mean, he just had a good career. 116-21 on September 1st. We still have almost a full month to go, and we've already beaten the win record. All right, let's do to the end of the regular season. Oh, wait. Let's see how the Dotels are doing on the pitching side. Miggy and Chipper both hitting over 360. Bautista and Cabrera both over 40 home runs. And Chipper's actually fallen off the RBI leaderboard with Miggy, Bautista, and Cano all with over 127 RBI already. O2 Dotel has fallen off the Triple Crown pace on strikeouts. But 0-1 Dotel is now second in ERA, second in wins, and first in strikeouts. 0-2 Dotel is first in ERA, first in wins, and third in strikeouts. All right, let's go to the end of the regular season. We've clinched the division and a playoff spot. 10-game shutout streak by the 12 Dotel and a 20-game save streak. 9-1 in the last 10 on a 9-game winning streak. 137-24. We have one more game to go, so let's go ahead and play that. 0-2 Dotel wins the ERA crown. 0-2 Dotel wins the win title. Bautista is the home run champ, and Miggy is the batting champion. Carlos Gonzalez goes 20-20. Usually that means more than 20-20, though. Let's see. Carlos Gonzalez. Oh, exactly 20 steals and 37 home runs. So 30-20. All right, we finished 138-24 on a 10-game winning streak headed into the postseason. Wow, 0-2 Dotel finished 6 strikeouts away from a Triple Crown. He won 32 games. 32 games. All we did was boost his stamina. Everything else about this 0-2 Dotel is as imported. Now, these ratings were pretty good, but when I looked at these pitches, I was like, man, in the base game, if you don't have a weak pitch, that's a huge plus. Because it will throw all the pitches. And if you have a weak one, it's going to throw some really crappy pitches that might become gopher balls. But yeah, he dominated. We turned him into a starter by we didn't even add a pitch. He already had this arsenal. We just gave him stamina, and he became an insane starting pitcher. Who didn't get voted into the All-Star game. But he finishes with a 2.04 ERA, 31 wins, 32 wins, 32-1 record, and 299 strikeouts. His 0-1 counterpart, 2.93 ERA, 26 wins, 26-3 record, 305 strikeouts to lead the league. The 2012 Dotel was the closer, 5-5 with 39 saves, and a 2.76 ERA. All right, let me snap the regular season here, including the leaderboard. And let's get the pitching leaderboards too. Okay, and then let's go to the postseason. We'll do the tree until the wild card's over, and then we'll go to the scores view. All right, the Padres advance, winning 2-1 over the Marlins. The Cubs sweep the Brewers. The Red Sox sweep the Tigers to face the Astros, and the Guardians beat the Yankees 2-1 to face the Twins. Oh, you know what? Let's go to a 4-man rotation. The fifth Dotel was 12-5 with a 4.98, so we do want to get him out of there. And I'm going to keep the 2012 Dotel in the closer role, but let's see what the AI does here. Okay, yeah, it moved. It moved the 2001 into a middle relief role, which I'm fine with. All right, so let's let's save the regular season, actually. And then scores. Okay, I guess the AL starting things off. Astros win 2-0, a 3-hit shutout of the Red Sox. And the Guardians win 4-1. All right, the NL's going to start play. Astros win again 3-2, scoring 1 in the bottom of the ninth, walking it off. Houston takes a 2-0 series lead. Cleveland also wins 9-2, also taking a 2-0 series lead over the Twins. In Game 1, the Dodgers beat the Cubs 7-3. And the Mets throw a no-hitter against the Padres. What? Dotel threw a complete game no-hitter. Dotel 0-2. Complete stud as a starter. Again, all I did was boost his stamina. And he went 32-1 and just threw a no-hitter. Is it a perfect? No, he threw 4 walks. He just threw a no-hitter. Amazing. Again, I did not boost anything about him except his stamina. Is there a news story about the no-hitter? Oh, I don't have game performances checked. Bummer. That is a heck of a outcome. Let's get the box score. No-hitter. No-hit shutout in the postseason. Wow, that was great. I mean, what a better way to celebrate his career than to watch him throw a no-hitter. In the postseason, no less. With his actual attributes. Only his stamina was changed. Insane. All right, the AL's on a travel day. Dodgers win game 2, 7-6, coming back from behind with 3 runs in the bottom of the ninth to win it. That's even after the Cubs scored an insurance run to go up 6-4. Mets win 4-2, taking a 2-0 series lead against the Padres. And the NL's going to be on their travel day. The AL comes back into action. The Red Sox battle back, win 12-3 to force a game 4. And the Twins win 6-5, cutting the Cleveland series lead to 2-1. Wait a second. Is this round best of 5 or best of 7? Okay, it is still best of 5. Okay, good. Just making sure. All right, both leagues in action again. Houston looking to close out the Red Sox. They win 6-1, winning the series 3-1. Cleveland looking to do the same to the Twins. They win 6-3, closing out their series, winning 3-1. The Dodgers looking to sweep the Cubs. The Cubs win 9-8, scoring 4 in the bottom of the ninth. They go into the bottom of the ninth trailing 8-5, and they win it. Was it a walk-off? Was it a walk-off home run, No, their only home run they had was in the 4th inning. And we don't have a win probability graph to show us what might have happened. When it's not a human team, it doesn't save all the stuff like the game logs and win probability graphs. So we won't know what happened there. But heck of a win. Kershaw gonna Kershaw. Look at that. 1-1 with a 22.50 ERA. I've told you before, this game is hyper realistic. Playoff Kershaw is playoff Kershaw. And the Mets sweep the Padres. They win 8-5 to sweep the series 3-0. And will be resting while the Dodgers and Cubs battle it out. Cubs win 5-4. Another bottom of the 9th win. 3 this time in the bottom of the 9th to come back from 4-2. Phillips goes to a 12.27 ERA. Whoa. That ties the series to 2, forcing a deciding Game 5. 3 in the bottom of the 9th to win by 1 in Game 4. 4 in the bottom of the 9th to win by 1 in Game 3. Unreal. Unbelievable. All right, travel day sets up a huge Game 5. I mean, if you're the Dodgers, you've just given up multi-run leads in the bottom of the 9th, back-to-back games. That's got to be haunting you. Let's see how this plays out. Oh, the Dodgers win 5-3. The Cubs score 2 in the top of the 9th, trying to come back again. Just couldn't do it one more time. What a series, though, by the Cubs. All right, ALCS kicking off in Houston. Astros win 4-2 with no home runs by either side. The NLCS is going to pick up as well, but we'll go to the AL game first. Houston wins 6-3, taking a 2-0 series lead as they head into their travel day. 0-2 Dotel, the best pitcher by far. Well, not by far, the 0-1 Dotel, not too far behind. But this team Dotel, amazing pitching staff. 0-2 Dotel, 1-0 with a 0 ERA in the postseason, facing Yamamoto for the Dodgers. And it turns into a shootout, but the Mets still win 12-8. Dotel's postseason ERA goes up to 6.75, but remains undefeated. 1, 2, 3, 4 home runs by the Dodgers and 2 by the Mets. By Team Dotel, I should say. So the Mets finding multiple ways to win. They can win the shootouts. They can win the pitching duels. All right, 0-1 Dotel, starting against Gavin Stone. First loss of the postseason, 6-5. So the Dodgers scored the winning run at the top of the 8th. That's despite home runs by Hidalgo, Chipper Jones, and Bautista. All right, NL's on a travel day. AL resumes with Houston up 2-0. Houston wins again, taking a 3-0 series lead. All right, NL is back in action, but first, let's see if the Astros can close out the Guardians with a sweep. Astros win 6-3, sweeping the series, eliminating the Guardians, and they will have plenty of rests as we watch the Team Dotel take on the Dodgers, series tied at 1. 0-3 Dotel starts in what turns out to be a 4-hit shutout. He goes 7 2/3, 2 hits, 3 walks, and 11 strikeouts. As Team Dotel wins 3-0. All right, the AL is done, so the focus will be on the National League. '99 Dotel takes a loss, and his ERA skyrockets to 22.50 as the Dodgers meet the Team Dotel 6-1 in Game 4, tying the series at 2. All right, 0-2 Dotel, the ace, back of the mound. He did get roughed up that last game, but still managed to win. They win again 7-2. 0-2 Dotel back to form, 6 2/3, 1 earned, scattering 1 hit and 2 walks and 8 strikeouts. Carlos Gonzalez goes 3 for 5 with 2 triples and a home run. When do you see that? 2 triples and a home run. That's quite a stat line. All right. Team Dotel takes a 3-2 lead heading into the travel day. Back to Flushing as the Mets host the Dodgers. And Team Dotel wins, making it to the World Series 4-1. 5 1/3 by 0-1 Dotel. 4 hits, 2 walks, 10 strikeouts. At least we'll get one rest day before the World Series starts. Okay, we were not able to reset the rotation, so 0-2 Dotel is not starting game 1. Still wins 6-2, as the 0-3 Dotel does get player of the game. Scatters quite a few base runners, 8 hits, 4 walks, but only allows 2 earned to go with 7 strikeouts and 5 1/3. Game 2. Our 0-2 Dotel back on the mound. I don't think he can get 3 starts in, though. He'll probably be maxed out at 2 this series. But they win 14-2. 0-2 Dotel goes 6 2/3, 6 hits and 1 earned, no walks, and 11 strikeouts. Travel day with Team Dotel up 2-0 over the Astros. Oh, Miggy with 3 home runs. I missed that. Let's go back and take a look. Holy cow! Yeah, Miggy, player of the performance of the day, 4 for 4 with 3 home runs and a single. I don't know what the big deal is. He didn't get a cycle. Mid. He's missing a double and a triple. Can you imagine if that was home runs? He just stops at second and third so he can get a cycle. But yeah, he was the big engine behind that 14-2 victory there as the Team Dotel racked up the runs. And 0-2 Dotel pitched very well, 6 2/3, 6 hits, 1 earned. All right. After the travel day, we're now in Houston. 0-1 Dotel against Hunter Brown. Another win, 14-1. The domination is really picking up here. Carlos Gonzalez 4 for 6 with 2 doubles and a home run. Chipper 4 for 6, 3 RBI. And the Lance Berkman, the one that cannot play first base but can back up center, goes 2 for 3. Plus 3 walks. 5 for 6 in plate appearances. Nice. All right, game 4 in Houston. Mets have a chance to clinch the World Series. The 1999 Dotel, though, has had a rough postseason. 22.50 ERA. I'm sure Team Dotel is glad he's taking the mound with a 3-0 series lead. And they win, sweeping the Astros. Congratulations, Team Dotel. 14-4 win, plus 5 in the top of the 9th. Berkman hits 2 home runs, despite not being able to play first base. Tulo, 2 for 3 with a double and a home run. That's awesome. That's really great. All right, we'll move forward a day so the trophy appears. Very nice. And you know, Dotel came up with the Mets, so winning this World Series with the Mets, I'm glad it happened. That's really great when a tribute sim like this goes so well. And man, we did not mess with his profile much. We just gave him stamina, and he is a Cy Young candidate, almost Triple Crown winning pitcher. And we did not touch anything in his profile except for his stamina. That's how good of a pitcher he was. Wow. I think just, underrated because he switched teams so many times. He was a middle reliever a lot, so he didn't get a lot of saves in some of these really good seasons. I've looked at him a lot because I did that, episode 16 stream too. And that 02 season is fantastic, but he only had like 6 saves. He had 80 some games pitched, all in setup type situations. And, when you dominate those situations, you often get overlooked. And man, I'm glad we can highlight how good some of those early seasons were. All right, let's go to some postseason awards. We'll watch those from the mailbox. Let's save this amazing season first of all. Man, I'm super pleased by how this went. Because I would have remembered him as this like talented journeyman pitcher who just never quite found a home, but was always pretty good. But now this is what I'm going to remember about him, like how he dominated the sim from the bullpen all the way to the starting rotation. I mean, it helps that the batters were just insanely good. But even there, we didn't put the finger on the scale. It's literally only player seasons where he was on the same team as them. We didn't have to take a peak Miggy. We took the Miggy that was there when Dotel was there, right? Like all these players, they're the versions that were there when Dotel was on their team. We did not have to go peak beyond that. And this team just crushing. All right. Let's go to Great Glove Awards. 1792 game score. Very nice. Don't tell Max that I beat his game scores, even though I didn't win 140 games. There. Oh, look at this. 02 Dotel at the top of the list on the pitchers. Deservedly. Wow, that season was only a 7.6 WAR? Really? Wow, that's surprising. What do you have to do to get double-digit WAR in 2024? Like, he went 32-1 with a 2.04 ERA, 299 strikeouts. This is a way more dominant season than when Dwight Gooden went 24-4 and a 12.4 WAR. That's really interesting. You think Sale had more WAR? Okay, let's see. What did Sale do? He went 15-10, had fewer strikeouts, had a higher ERA, and somehow had a 9.2 WAR. I don't understand that. Huh. That's really interesting. I'm going to riot if Sale wins the Cy Young Award over 02 Dotel. Oh, look at this. All this contract stuff going on. All right, let's go to Great Glove Awards. For real this time. You voted no for the Cy Young question? All right, Hidalgo wins the Gold Glove in center field. Very nice. And I did say when I grabbed him, I wanted a glove in center field, and he happened to also have a bat that went with it. So the glove paid off, won the Gold Glove. Let's see. How did his bat do, though? 270 average, 34 home runs, and a gold glove. I will take that in center field any day of the week. That's outstanding. That is fantastic. A gold glove with that stat line, any day. Any day. Reliever of the year. Aaron Ashby wins it. 2012 Dotel finishes third, but does not get any first place votes. I think the ERA was just too high. I'm not surprised. I think it's legit that she didn't win. I'm a little surprised he's third, though. Oh, I'm still on the Braves. Yeah, 2012 Dotel, 5-5, 39 saves. They had the 2.76 ERA, a bit high for the taste of the AI. The AI almost always picks someone with a sub 2 ERA. Platinum Stick Awards, I think we're good for a handful of these. 7, more than a handful, I'd say. Yachty, Cano, Chipper. I keep forgetting that Cano used to be able to flash some leather, too. Tulo. Carlos Gonzalez. Lance Berkman, despite not being able to play first base. 339, 45 home runs. 166 runs scored. 133 RBI. And that's only 7.7 WAR. Wow. All right. Next up, Rookie of the Year. I think our 99 Dotel has a chance at this. No, apparently he did not win it. He finished 4th in voting. He could you imagine a rookie going 22-2 with 248 strikeouts and not winning the Rookie of the Year, not finishing in the top 3? Finishing behind a dude who hit 285 with 15 bombs. This dude went 22-2. He should be winning a Cy Young and not be 4th in Rookie of the Year if this were real stats. Wow. All right, Cy Young Award. I mean, I think it's got to be O2 Dotel's our favorite, right? 32-1 with a 2.04, 0.88 whip, 10.9 strikeouts per 9. By the way, let me draw your attention to this. Please observe 04 Dotel, 14.9 strikeouts per 9. All right, let's see who takes it. 02 Dotel wins the Cy Young. 01 Dotel finishes second, but 02 takes all the first place votes. 03 Dotel finishes 6th. Very nice. All right, MVP award. Who are our top candidates? Again, I did not mess with these profiles at all. Not even when I was tempted to add some fielding eligibility to make the puzzle pieces fit better. We did not do that. We did not boost their batting at all. Miggy, 47 bombs, 372 average. Bautista, 55 bombs, 316 average. Chipper, 36 bombs, 354. And then Berkman, 45 bombs, 339. You think Tucker will win in the AL? Pretty nice options here for the team Dotel. All right, let's see. Otani wins the MVP. He beat Miggy. Okay. 51 bombs, 311 average. And did he pitch too? Okay, so he didn't pitch. At least that's accurate. Yeah, okay, good. They didn't have him pitch. That's good. But so it's bat against bat, right? So he hit 51 home runs, 311 average, 1040 OPS. I bet the stolen bases help. The AI really likes stolen bases. Oh my goodness. He stole 89 bases with 51 home runs. He almost went 50-90. Okay, I don't feel bad now about losing to Ohtani. That is a stud season. 50-89, 51-89. Holy cow. That's insane. Yeah, that makes sense now. I don't feel snubbed now. That is a deserving MVP. 50-89. Could you imagine Tim Raines just chipping in 51 home runs? That's what that's like. 11-20. Oh, the increase. I will say though, part of that is he's not pitching. So if you don't have to save his legs for the leg drive on the mound, you can let him run a lot more. I mean, I still think 20-89 is a crazy increase, but when you don't have to save the legs for the pitching days, you can do stuff like that. All right, let's that is awesome. I mean, the fact that Miggy even got 2 first place votes, but look at this. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so 7 of the top 8 players in the MVP voting were Team Dotel. It's just we couldn't beat Ohtani. Amazing. That Ohtani season is insane. Kind of like his real life season was insane. I don't feel bad now. That was incredible. All right, let's give away some packs now that we know how everything went. Generating a spreadsheet. Let's open that bad boy up. I'm going to resize some columns real quick before I put it up in the stream. Okay, so first we'll start with the non-numerical guesses. See if we have to go to the tiebreaker at all. 11 of you, good luck. Will this team make it to the playoffs? Yes, they did. So we lose a couple of folks there. Will this team make it to the World Series? Yes, they did. So we lose a few more. 6 of you, a little over half of you still left. Will this team win the World Series? They sure did. They swept the World Series. That leaves us with Late to Hate, Tommy G, and Leopard 119. I don't know if Leopard 119's chatted yet, but they've been entering our pack giveaways and been doing very well. Because, I messaged Nicolino to have the packs awarded. And Leopard 119's been in there a few times, I believe. Okay, will the version of Octavio Dotel win either the Cy Young Award or Relief Pitcher of the Year? Yeah, we won the Cy. So of the 3 remaining, we lose Tommy G, and it's Late to Hate and Leopard 119. We may not even get to the numericals. Will a player on this team win the MVP? We did not. Shohei took it away. So Late to Hate got that right. And gets first place. We do not have to go to the numericals. Leopard 119 finishes second. Still a very good showing. Nice work to both of you. Let's see how the numericals go. Just want to see who would have come out on top if we had gone to the tiebreakers here with everyone involved. How many regular season wins? It was a record-breaking regular season with 138. Clay Dog with 122. What a guess, Clay Dog. Very nice. Highest WAR generated by any of this team's players. These were surprisingly low. The highest pitcher was again 7.6. And the highest batter was Miggy with 9.7. 9.7. Is it Clay Dog again? 1.2 away? It is. Clay Dog with a 10.9. Closest. Regular season strikeouts by any of the Dotels. 305 by Dotel 01. 305. Wing 00 overshot it. Who's next closest? 46 away is Clay Dog. Wow. 3 in a row so far. What is the best, lowest regular season ERA? With at least 50. We changed the innings count to make more of the relievers eligible. But it did not matter. 0-2 Dotel still took it with a 2.04. Jay Ducci, I think, is the closest there with a 2.21 guess. Very nice. That's a tough one to get, especially because I lowered that inning limit. I'm impressed. I am impressed. Best whip. Again, that 50 inning threshold makes it tough. 07 Dotel from the pen. 0.77 whip to go with a 12.7 strikeouts per 9. So Wing 00 guessing 1 is closest. How many saves by the Dotel Lisa team in saves? 39 by 2012 Dotel. D King 1 away. Jay Ducci 1 away. Yeah, you two tie for that one. Regular season home runs. Again, this is not a Dotel, so we flip over to the offense. And that was Bautista with 55. 55. Clay Dog, not bad with the meme answer. 14 away. 10 away is Leopard. 8 away is I'm Drew. I'm Drew takes it with a... No. Tommy G gets a 48. 7 away. And then regular season batting average. That is Miggy, 372 to go along with 47 bombs. 372. Ooh, everyone undershot. 341 is the closest. Tommy G. Very impressed with how well the numerical guesses, how good they were. Okay, Late to Hate finishes first place, 7 packs. And Leopard 119 finishes in second. Congratulations. And thanks to all of you for participating. I appreciate it. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed that. It did for me what I wanted to do, which is to... Oh, you know what we forgot to do? Let us see, how did Tony Blanco do? Unfortunately, he hit 136 with a 412 OPS, but he will forever be on... How do we get back to that trophy with all the names? I don't know how to get back to that. Oh, wait, I forgot the one other thing to do. He gets his name etched on that screen for all eternity as a World Series champion, and he gets a ring. Okay, so let's go. This is something P Boom had to start doing, which is a great tradition. We look at the league achievements. So 3 home run games. Got Bautista in there from our team. Miggy. There's Otani. And there's Miggy again. No four home run games. 6 hit games. Cano, the rest are actual 2024 players. 15 strikeout games. 0-2 Dotel gave up 1 walk and 15 strikeouts. Sonny Gray and Soriano also did 15 strikeouts with 1 walk. Cycles are Carlos Gonzalez in 6 at-bats against Philly. No hitters. Dotel. This doesn't include the postseason one. All right, I'm Drew. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. And thanks for keeping the chat active. Always appreciate when someone's keeping the chat active. 50 home run seasons. There's our Bautista. Kyle Tucker with 57 home runs and a 341 average. But what's not showing up here, because Rooker 51 with 350, are those 89 steals by Otani. Tucker, Bautista, and Miggy all with 150 RBIs. Pablo Lopez joins 3 of our Dotels with 20 win seasons. No triple crowns. Top hitting streak was 27 games by Tulowitzki. Nice. All right. Well, as I was saying, it accomplished what I was hoping to do, which was to commemorate his career, recognize him as a player, but also, just acknowledge the loss, both of him and of Tony Blanco and of all those other people, and the losses that their friends and families are experiencing, and just trying to do something positive as part of it. And I think we accomplished that. It was fun. It highlighted how good Dotel actually was in a lot of those seasons. Again, that Cy Young winning Dotel, all I did was boost his stamina. All that other stuff was in that profile. He was that good coming out of the pen. And for me, that's like a big eye-opener. That that's how good his stuff was when he was in the pen. And I don't quite know why he bounced around so much, because he definitely had arm talent. But yeah, glad we got to highlight that tonight. All right, let's. I will be streaming again. Tomorrow night I'm off. I'll be back on Thursday. Now with PTCS coming up, I will be doing roster builds Thursday and Friday. So what I'll probably do is spin the wheel for the pack giveaways. We'll do 1 spin early in the evening, and we'll do another spin later at night, both nights. So if you like roster building streams, hopefully Claydog and Smiley Face Jane will be in the chat too. That's when it's the most fun for me, is when we're kind of having that give and take as we all build our rosters. And it's just like a fun vibe where I don't know. I described it as like it's finals week and we're all studying together. And Clay Dog talked about how it's the joy of the shared experience, which I totally agree with. And I'm looking forward to it. Our first PTCS roster build, so I hope we can have that same kind of experience Thursday and Friday. I've got 7 rosters. I've got 5 rosters to build and 2 drafts to do. So. And the reason I do them in the stream partly is because I did hear back that people did appreciate the chance to see how other people build their rosters. Also because I think there's a lot people can learn from Claydog and Smiley Face Jane weighing in from the chat. and then hopefully we'll raid into Spy Face Jane so you can see the PT25 goat built some rosters. But also, if I don't do it on stream, I used to try to stream and then do my PTS builds, and then I'm up all night, and it was just not sustainable. So I do it in the stream now, and then we'll get back to regular programming. Oh, cool! Late to Hate is looking forward to seeing that. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. And it's live. This is live rosters, which I actually am good at. Like, I will tell you when I'm not good at something. I'm not good at traditional perfect drafts. I'm not good at managing variants. I'm not good at gathering them. I'm not good at boosting them. But I'm really good at live rosters. I'm pretty good at live drafts, and I'm good at double drafts, so double PDs where you get 2 cards per round. And I was really good at the gold, silver, and the nearly perfect drafts at the end of PT25. So this first PTCS, I should have more to offer you. In future PTCSs, it'll be more like the benefit will come from hearing Claydog and Spyface Jane, comment on what I'm doing and frankly helping me with what I'm doing. But for this first one, I think all 3 of us should be bringing a lot to the table tonight. I think it's a format that I'm looking forward to seeing how the 3 of us start thinking about our rosters. And anyone else in the chat is welcome to weigh in too. I just say those 2 because they've been wonderfully consistent and generous with their time and thoughts during PTCS roster builds in the past. All right, let's find someone to raid into. But yeah, I'm off tomorrow, and then we'll have roster builds Thursday, Friday, and then Saturday we'll return to more, regular programming. All right, let's see. I guess we'll raid into Ophi. I don't see. Well, is anyone else playing OOTP? Let me see. Spyface Jane, what did you end up deciding? Did your internet not work out for you? Because I do like to raid into Spyface Jane whenever she is streaming. Partly because I learned a lot hanging out in that stream. Definitely not gonna lie. I learned a lot from Smiley Face Jane. Yeah, you know what? I'm off tomorrow. This is the last chance to raid Ophi for a couple days. None of my music streamers are on right now. No one's streaming OTP. None of our OTP community members like Baffle is streaming, so we'll raid in Ophi. Ophi and Stitch is a pixel artist and often is working on a big embroidery project. Right now is playing Kingdom of Hearts. But for me, the whole vibe of the stream and the chat in there is awesome. So I like to hang out there when I'm building, doing my drafts for the night before I go to bed. All right, thanks again everybody for being here. I do appreciate it. The chat is definitely what makes the stream work. Ezra Denny, thank you for the raid. 189 to get us started. Well, Wingood, thank you for the raid during the stream as well. Appreciate all the raiders coming in, and let's raid before the ads roll. All right, good night, everybody.